by area.
They're supposedly by
So I was watching, just flipping through the channels, and Buxton, Maine annual town meeting came on. Ooh. Tough crowd.
a lot of X. Hear us?
Hold on. Okay.
Becky, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You know, we forgot to. Have to do it next time. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. First item on the agenda after that is public comments. And that's including anybody here in the room or anybody at home watching on Zoom. If there are any public comments, please speak up. We're here for.
I have a comment. This is Gail
Sure.
Irwin.
Hi, can we turn up?
Hi,
the
everybody.
volume? Thank you. Go ahead, Gail.
Hi, just wanted to thank you all for considering the lease issue in your executive session. And I'm just wanted to comment to reiterate our need for a lease as soon as possible. As you know, we have a lot of community support. And we also have people waiting to give us money, but it all depends on a lease. So that's all I really wanted to say, but thank you for your consideration and hope that everything works along smoothly and we can get a lease as soon as possible. If you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Gail. We appreciate that. And we are on the same page that we're working towards the same goals, I think. So,
Okay, excellent. Glad to hear it.
all righty.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further public comments? Yes, sure. Come on up to the microphone, introduce yourself.
Colvin, just moved in on Heights Terrace. And
Welcome.
thank you. I just wanted to express my support for the Department of Public Works 2023 pavement management plan and recommendations. Appreciate your consideration and hope we can keep it moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What's your street address?
4 Heights Terrace.
Any other comments from either here in the room or on Zoom? I don't see any, so we will, oh, we got another one?
Yeah, hi, this is Jenny Renaga from 14 Allen Drive. And I just want to kind of reiterate what Matt said, just in support of the Department of Public Works 2023 pavement management plan and recommendations. So anxious when we get to that section. I don't know if you're allowing public comment at that point, or if this is the only section during the meeting that you're allowing public comments.
We should have enough opportunity. If something comes up, just speak up.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Katie Moore has her hand up. Katie?
Hi, doing this from my phone, so can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, we can.
Great. So I am with Matthew and Jenny. I live on Riverview, but my house is technically on Heights Terrace. My door faces it. And I am also here for any questions, and I thank you for your consideration for the pavement plan with DPW, and just express my support of that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, yep, okay. Alexis Boyer?
Hi, I'm Alexis Boyer. I'm here with my husband, Craig Boyer. We're residents at 8 Allen Drive, and we would also like to express our support for the DPW paving plan.
Anyone else? Yes.
Hello, my name is Greg Price, 16 Allen Drive. I too am in support of the 2023 pavement plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Mr. Monahan.
Yeah, Mike Monahan, 12 Allen Drive. I'm here with my wife, Lydia. We too are in support of the 2023 pavement plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Come on up.
My name's Darrell Whitney. I live at 5 Ashford Street, Maynard, Mass. And I did tell my brother he didn't have to come tonight. He could stay home. He lives right beside me. So we're just, I hope you approve it. Justin did a great job with it. Justin, the DPW do a great job. It goes unrecognized sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Feel free. We're open for business. All right, I don't see any. Okay. We'll move on. We will go to the town administrator report. I want you guys to know, Maynard basketball team here, that we're going to move you up to the top of the agenda once we get through the initial stuff, so that you'll be able to get in and out of here as quickly as possible. Unless, of course, you want to stay and watch the summary of our budget and our fiscal issues going forward.
We could schedule from the end.
Huh?
We could schedule them to go to the end.
Oh, that's true. We can move you to the back and then you'll be here till 11. But, so, okay, town administrator report, Greg.
I'm Greg Johnson, Town Administrator, and I'll make this very quick. I encourage the town and the public to look at the town administrator's report. That's always online. If you go to the town's website, as I'm referring this evening as well. A couple things to highlight. Successful town election happened yesterday. Congratulations to all those candidates that won, or those incumbents that continue to keep their seats. And a big special thanks, of course, to the town clerk's office, which is at this time composed of Pat Clifford as the town clerk temporarily. And as we do the recruitment and hiring for a new full-time town clerk, Robert Maynard, who's the assistant town clerk, as well as all the election workers. And there's a lot that come out and make that it cannot happen without all of them. So thank you so much, as well as the custodial and facilities staff for both the town and the school department. It takes every way to make it successful. And I'm doing a really quick check if there's anything else I really need or want to highlight tonight. I'm going to look at Megan. Megan, anything we need to highlight tonight? That'll do. Look at my town report online, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chair.
questions from the board on the town administrator's report?
I did have a question, a quick one about the solar.
Okay.
This is a I don't know, is it right to say it's a continuation of the projects that we were talking about?
Yes. It's smaller.
Smaller, but it does seem that we removed the field from the proposals we were talking about a year ago, if my memory serves correctly, but we didn't lose too much of the financial.
Oh, we did.
It didn't cut it in half. So how did the economics on that work out that we're still able to recuperate a significant amount of the financial benefit, but we lost half of the surface area?
So we actually are losing a significant amount of financial benefit. So in this case, it's an energy reduction more than anything else. Like it's behind the meter, meaning like we are not paying as much towards our energy costs, which means facility upkeep and whatnot. But there's no tax deal that we're getting off of this deal. It's and I think the lease agreements is different as well. And it's just the volume alone, meaning that we're going to have even less energy reduction overall. So it's as you referenced, it's not going to be at the fields right now. The proposal, again, this has not been endorsed by the school committee, so this is all just draft, is to go on the high school roof, which was always the case, as well as to the west of the high school with the west parking lot, some car parks area in that side, and that's it.
But we're still looking about $35,000 in savings annually.
In savings. Okay. So that just means it's less money that we were already spending.
But wasn't that comparable? Isn't that compared to the 70,000 we were looking at with the original proposal?
That
was supposed to be coming to us, 70,000.
That's right. So the last proposal was like multifold. So there was energy savings and there was payments.
Gotcha. That answers my question. Thank you.
Right.
Question? Anybody else? All right. Let's do quickly the minutes. Acceptance of minutes from the April 19th meeting.
I'll move to accept and approve the meeting minutes of April 19th, 2022 as shown.
Any questions or comments on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. All right, now we'll move on to item 11, which is the recognition of our high school basketball team. And we really are honored to have you all here tonight, your coaching staff and you guys here yourselves. I think I had the opportunity to go to a number of games this year and saw the talent that you had and, the effort that you put out in every single game. And exciting team to watch, great fun for the fans, and really special for our community, especially coming out of the COVID era where people could actually go back to be able to watch the games and enjoy them. And to have you guys have so much fun and also to be so successful was just, really special for all of us here in Maynard. So thank you so much and congratulations. And so if your coach would like to say a few words, feel free. And then we'd like to get a photograph, if we can, of all of you guys with all of us.
Adam, Mariah. I always have my captain speak, so tonight's going to be no different. So why don't you just talk a little bit about the season each one of them?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Kyle Monahan. I'm a senior captain on the Maynard High School basketball team. I just want to say thank you to the Maynard community for everything that they did for us. All the fan support, all the parents, everyone that has little kids that came out and watched us and really supported us throughout the year. We couldn't have done it without you. And like Coach always says, it takes a village. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm a Monty committee. I'm also a senior captain on the team, and I'd also like to thank the community and everyone. And it was time we're not gonna forget. We're gonna remember this for the rest of our lives. And I had a great time, and I learned a lot. And I'd like to thank Coach. He's taught me so much, and all the guys too. I'll miss everybody. So yeah.
I just want to thank, the town of Maynard, coach, and all my teammates. The season was a blast. It was truly the best basketball season I've ever had, and I couldn't do it with any other community. I've actually thought about it. I had a few conversations, and there's no other place that I'd rather do it. I wouldn't want to do it in any other town. Maynard's truly a special place. So I thank everybody listening. It was a pleasure.
My name is Connor Capone. I just want to thank the Maynard community for all their support this year. Like Adam said, season was a blast, and it's definitely going to be unforgettable.
Great.
So you can see, we just get a glimpse of our captains, but these young men are special, right? They're special kids. They have bright futures. We could spend the time to go through, we've got 7 seniors here that are all going off to excellent schools. And I couldn't be more proud of a group of kids. We did some things this year that have never been done, right? We won 26 games. Nobody's ever done that. We won 21 straight. We won our league, obviously. We won our district, and then we went on and we had about a 12-hour round trip up to the Berkshires to win a game. And then we went to the Songa Center and really made our town really, really proud. So I couldn't be more proud of a group of kids. And as all of you know that have, been a part of any organization, it's the work that's done behind the scenes. And we're right back at it now, working towards next year with this other crew. But as my captains just said, this is a special place. And I've been here all my life, and now my grandkids are here, so I'm locked in as well. So thank you very much.
Get the whole team up here and then have.
Could I say one more
Oh,
thing?
sure. Go right ahead.
I'd also like to see the pavement plan go through on
Seat up there for you in 4 or 5 years. You
So,
want
yeah,
to
can we
take a
get everybody-
picture?
Yeah, a picture with,
Right in
I'd
front.
like to have the board in it too.
Yeah, right up here.
You're on the select board, just throw your hands up. So they know you're back.
Not at all.
He's taking an aerial, he's taking an aerial shot.
Or do we sit behind? You know what? If we go against the wall, can Greg see us?
You don't need to see us.
Look at me. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Guys, before you leave, I hope you all got a chance to see the letter that we drafted for you all and that we signed. And so hopefully you can get a copy of it or something and see it, because we really are proud of you and thank you so much. What's that? Coach, you got it? This is the letter? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, great.
Thank you. Oh, best of luck to you guys.
All right. That was fun. The next item on the agenda is the discussion of appointments for.
I was just gonna say, can we just continue from 11 and
Oh,
just? no.
yeah,
Kidding.
I guess, yeah. We're going back to item number 6.
Yeah.
Now I gotta get it to come up here on the screen. Okay. Reappointments, and we're going to give direction relative to reappointments of the folks that are up for reappointment for all of our committees. We have a whole bunch of people that are having their terms end on their committees on and other things appointed by us on June 30th, 2022. So if the board, the list was provided to us, and I don't know if there's anything or anyone that the board does not wish to notify that they are up for reappointment. If not, we can just ask Greg's staff to send out notices to all these folks so that they can notify us that they are interested in reappointment to the committees that they are members of. What's most impressive, I think, of all of this, the police department is a little different, but for the rest of it, is all these people are volunteers that put their time out there to help move our town forward and do things for our town that are very important and never really go noticed for most of them. And so it's commendable to see so many people on the list that are up for reappointment. So I have no issues. I don't know if anybody else does. If not, Greg, can we get the letters out so that people can get their reappointments by the end of the month, the end of June, the end of the fiscal year?
Sure. I'm looking. Any? Yeah, very good.
I'm good. I think everybody said they were good.
Okay, all right.
All right?
Yep.
Okay. Item number 7, correspondence. Is there a-
Move to accept and approve correspondences A through L as shown.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any questions relative to any of the correspondence? Hearing none, we'll vote to accept. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Item number 8 is the consent agenda, which is the use of.
I'm sorry, I did
Oh,
have one.
go right ahead.
On, UPA was on the correspondence, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
What are we waiting for from them?
No, we're not waiting anything from them. We're negotiating the development agreement and the host community agreement at the same time. So which is progressing really well. We've had, I don't know, 3 or 4 meetings with Adam Stack and Tim Hess, who's his designer. But we don't meet with the client, the attorneys for UBA. But the host community agreement is for the most part boilerplate, but there's a couple, because it's relative to the business of the proposed delivery, the marijuana delivery. And that business is then, of course, housed within the whole development site. And if there's any sort of operational impacts because of the site on the business, that has to be captured in both the development agreement and the host community agreement. So you got to do it at the same time. And these attorneys are working on behalf of their clients, the business, and their patience is thin. So, which is fair, but we are doing this, I think, in due course and in good faith. And I think we're getting pretty close, but but we'll come back to the board, of course, when we have a prepared draft for both.
Do we know roughly how long they'll be?
I wrote a draft based on input from the negotiating team this week, and I'm having it reviewed by my team internally and then council before I bring it to both parties. So I think in best case scenario, we I'll be looking at a draft at our meeting next week.
Oh.
If like we get the turnaround as quickly as we
Yeah.
want, and that's like. the first draft.
It's pretty draft level, but yeah.
But I mean, the first couple meetings were, what are we looking to do? And we have made a lot of progress with meetings and site visits. So.
And nothing substantially changed from the conversations last fall.
And relative to what?
You know what? It'll be in the agenda next time, so we can wait till then.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Just to confirm or get clarification on what you said, Megan, when you said it will be ready
Oh.
for your meeting next
Yeah,
week,
I'm
you're talking
sorry.
about your staff meeting,
Yeah,
not
we're talking
this.
about the negotiating team.
Yeah.
Got it.
Sorry, with
Not
the
us.
applicant. Yes, sorry, not the select board.
Yeah,
as a whole.
because
Right,
we
because-
don't meet for next week. We would meet
Yeah.
2 weeks and it probably wouldn't be ready by then. Or possibly if it is, it would be a stretch.
Oh, yeah, no, we have a tentative meeting we have a meeting with the applicant, with the members of the negotiating team, planning board members, select board members, next Wednesday.
So it'll be a month or two before it comes to the full select board or more than that.
It's hard to say because
Yeah.
what if either party doesn't agree to the conditions? So,
I'm good.
yeah.
Okay. So we have to vote on the correspondence.
Well, we have
Oh,
to
we
make a
already-
motion first.
We made the motion.
No, we need motion.
No, that was the other one.
We voted.
Voted,
We
and
voted.
then
Yeah,
the
we
question,
voted.
then
I
the
asked
question came
after
up.
the motion.
So
right.
now we're at consent.
Consent agenda is the use of town property for the Veterans Day, Memorial Day parade. We're back to having a Memorial Day parade, which was nice to see on May 30th, the holiday 2022. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda, item A, as listed, contingent upon compliance with all federal, state, and local public health and safety compliance.
Second.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. All right, item number 9, we have, under item number 9, we have 4 different alcoholic beverage licenses to approve. And they are for the Fine Arts Theater, for El Huipil, for Azucar, and for the Pleasant Cafe. I don't know if, Megan, if you have any comments to make about each of these at one time, or if it's really just really routine approval of what the ABCC finalized after we had approved previously. So that's it in a nutshell, correct?
Yeah, and I think Becky's on Zoom here too, but I believe the board's already approved this and now it's been reviewed by the ABCC, as you said, and back to you.
Yeah, and we apologize that some of these just came in literally today. One of them came in today. I think 2 of them came in yesterday. So the agenda was moved to allow our businesses to be able to get this stuff taken care of so they can move forward rather than having to wait 2 weeks. So
And it's nice to see that Fine Arts was able to get that resolved.
Very good.
so, okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve the license for on-premise restaurant, malt and wine, alcoholic beverage for Maynard Fine Arts Theater LLC, doing business as Maynard Fine Arts Theater at 21 Summer Street, with manager as Les Gordon.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? All in favor? Passes unanimously. B is El Huipil.
Move to approve the license with an alteration of premises for all alcoholic beverages as a common victualler for El Huipil Restaurant Incorporated, DBA El Huipil Restaurant at 51R Main Street, Maynard.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We move on to C, which is Azucar.
Move to approve the license with an alteration of premise for all alcoholic beverages as a common victualler for Azucar Tapas Bar, 51 Main Street.
Second.
Any further comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Passed unanimously. And then lastly, is the Pleasant Cafe.
Move to approve the license with an alteration of premises for all alcoholic beverages as a common victualler for Pleasant Cafe, 36 Main Street.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Worked out well. Everybody got to make a motion.
I know.
So, all right, item number 10 is the annual town audit review. And we have a guest tonight who comes here. Is it once a year you're here, or is it every other year?
Once a year.
Once a year.
It's once a year. I think the last two were virtual.
Hmm.
So this is a pleasure. Chairperson Gavin, honorable members of the select board, Administrator Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to make a 2023 payment plan, but that's been
Yeah,
beaten up.
Justin just showed up in time.
So my name is Bocelli. How to spell that later. I represent the Martin Associates, certified public accountants in Woburn, Massachusetts, and the little town of Hopedale. We were engaged to perform an audit of the town's 2021 financial statements. This was the final year of a 3-year engagement. The town's 2021 audited financial statements were issued on March 15th of 2022 with an unmodified or clean audit opinion. The result of operation of the Maynard retirement system as of December 1st, 2020 is included in the town's audit financial statements and referred to as a fiduciary component unit. We also serve as the independent auditors for the retirement system. I provided Administrator Johnson with what's referred to as our required communications to those in charge of governance. 3 or 4 pages long. I'm going to some of those key points. The folks in front of me. To my left are responsible for appropriate accounting policies by the town. In 2021, the town adopted a new accounting standard relative to fiduciary activities. This resulted in a restatement of the beginning balance of approximately $100,000. This was quite typical throughout the Commonwealth. The only place we didn't really see any of these material activities are really small communities that don't have school systems. They have regional school systems. Accounting estimates are an integral part of any set of financial statements. Certain accounting estimates, as well as their disclosures, are more sensitive than others. The most sensitive accounting estimates and disclosures revolve around the determination of your total pension liability, which in these audited financial statements was $68 million. However, the pension system had $56 million of assets, leaving you with a liability. At December 31st of 2020, the actuary estimated you were about 83% funded. I happen to be doing the 20 as we speak, and actually that number is actually much higher now because the 2021 calendar year investment performance was quite robust. The town's proportionate share of that liability is about 97%, and the housing authority is just north of 3%. The second most critical estimate is the determination of the total OPEB liability. And we've talked about OPEB for several years here. That was estimated to be $58.7 million. The town has put aside roughly $1.7 million, making the total net OPEB liability $57 million. That puts you at about 3% funded. There is no requirement to be funded. That 3% of this size, I have most of the large cities that haven't put any money into it. And there's some communities that have socked away tons and tons of money. This goes by community basis.
Just for the edification of those that are watching, OPEB references other post-employment benefits for retirees, correct? And yeah. And several years ago, the Commonwealth started to say that cities and towns had to be fully funded. I think at the time when they first scheduled it, it was like 2025, which is now like 2 years away. And nobody's going to be there, as you say, because nobody is close.
Well, that was the pension. Pension was 2025, moved to 2028, then to 2032, now it's at 2040.
So, okay.
So the pension systems are required to be fully funded by 2040. Right now, there is no requirement at the state level to do OPEB. I wouldn't be surprised come 2040. Well, I'm not going to be working then. Come 2040.
So if I can just double check with you, so the 2040 number, that's for the pension liability, which you said in 2020, that was the, where we had 83% funded.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
all right. I just
83%.
wanna make sure.
Very well funded. Very well funded. Folks use what's referred to as a discount rate that's amongst one of the lowest in the state, which makes it a far more conservative figure. The final critical element is roughly 50,000 schools and about 16,000. Did not encounter any significant difficulties in dealing with management and performing and completing our financial statement audit. And we are pleased to report that we had no significant disagreements with management and accounting, financial reporting, or auditing matters. Again, the full context of the letters were provided to Mr. Johnson. So the town's financial condition has remained relatively steady over the past 3 years. In the town's general fund, and now I'm going to be speaking in terms of GAAP, slightly different than when your finance director will come up here and speak to the general fund. And that gap includes in the general fund your stabilization funds. The total fund balance in 2021 decreased by $850,000 to $4.9 million versus 5.8 in the previous year. But that decrease was really due to a $1 million one-time transfer from the general stabilization fund to fund an elementary school feasibility study. To have that one-time item not happen, you would have actually had a positive increase in your general fund. In terms of budgetary performance in 21, general fund revenues exceeded budget by about $1 million, with the majority of positive variances, property taxes, excise taxes, receipts from the Commonwealth, and licenses and permits. So the latter being very, very common than we saw last year as people were stocking money into their homes during COVID. General fund expenditures were roughly $641,000 under budget, and turnbacks were seen throughout the town departments. As you come into fiscal 22, which here we are over 3/4 of the way through, the town had a number of sizable financial reserves. Its general stabilization fund exceeded $1.7 million, and the capital stabilization fund exceeded $336,000. Both stabilizations decreased over the years, primarily due to funding of that elementary school construction feasibility and bridge repairs, which I happen to drive by on my way to Florida Road. Certified free cash on July 1st, 2021 was approximately $1.6 million. And as we mentioned before, the town set up an OPEB trust several years ago that has roughly $1.7 million in it. It had a robust investment year. You only put in $25,000 in a year, but the investments returned $338,000. It's really, really strong investment. The town has been pretty quiet in the bond fund over the past several years as it was tackling its really large debt burden. But in 2021, it started becoming active, and it was two. I think you have to go back to 2017 and 2019, but those were inside your enterprise. Those were funded through. So there was two completed general obligation bonds. The first was in the fall of 2020. That was primarily a refunding or a refinancing, you would call it, of previously existing debt. It was a modest amount of new debt. There was a significant cost savings that came as a result of that, future cost savings, which was bravo. The second was the issuance of nearly $19 million right at the end of the premiums that you received. June 30th, 2021. Out of the June 2021 firm, it's the fourth highest rate. That signifies that the town has a very strong capacity. So we've talked about some of the obligations the town has. The largest obligation it has is the town received its first awards under the state and local fiscal recovery funds of ARPA. One, total allocation of roughly $3.4 million for that award. Those funds have to be obligated by December 31st by December 6th. And we understand that you folks have a third party to sue. And just saw this week that all were awarded $250,000 forward grant.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Not really.
No?
No,
Thank you for the
appreciate it.
virtually good news. Very much appreciate it. Well, no, I mean, I mean, generally good news. There was really nothing of concern other than OPEB, but we've been, worried about that, or aware of that, I should say. Yep. Yep. We've got a school that's on the, and that's part of our concern really is, the taking on additional debt and how that affects us going forward down the road. So. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. All right. Item number 12 is the use of town property again. It's good to see that people are using the town property because it means things are happening. There's two of them. The first one is the use of Main and Nason Streets for the Taste of Maynard by the MEF, the Maynard Education Foundation. Come on up and thank you for joining us.
Wherever,
Doesn't matter.
whatever's comfortable for you.
Of Maynard Education Foundation, and this is Lauren Campion. Lauren is the chair of our subcommittee for the Taste in Motion. And so we're going to talk to you tonight about the Taste in Motion. And before we get started, if you could scroll up to the next screen, thank you. Just for those of you who are watching who don't know MEF, I wanted to give just a brief overview. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that's based here in Maynard, and our main objective is to enhance the education excellence of the Maynard Public Schools. We are a volunteer-run board. There's 12 of us. If you look at the next slide, you'll see some of our numbers. Our primary objective is to provide grants to the schools, to all 3 of the public schools in Maynard, for teachers, administrators, and students. This year, we have provided 18 grants. Our grant year just closed, and we're very excited to see the ones that have come out. One of the captains that was up here actually was awarded one of the grants to get a business club up and running at the high school. We've also done professional development for teachers. We did a new wireless microphone system for the performances at the Fowler. Senior projects got a lot of funding from us this year. I think there were 7 students that applied, which was amazing. And so you can see that MEF, by some of these numbers, have really been working to continue to provide educational opportunities for our students and administrators to promote that innovation. If you go to the next one. Thank you. Our main mechanism for providing these grants is through fundraising. So we get the fundraising and then we provide it to the students and the teachers. And the Taste of Maynard has traditionally been our largest fundraiser. We were lucky enough to get it in 2020, about a week before the whole world shut down. But last year we were not able to. It's been going for about 20 years. And at the Elks Club at the beginning of March. And I know that many of you are familiar with this because I have seen many of your faces at the Taste of Maynard in the past, which is great. But last year we were able to do a Restaurant Appreciation Week instead. And that was something that we wanted to do because we knew that the restaurants were struggling because of the pandemic. and we want to give back to them for all of the years that they had supported us. So this year we are still, thank you, we're still in the midst of a pandemic. So we weren't feeling comfortable doing the taste as usual. And so we are changing it this year and doing a little bit of a twist on it, which is the Taste in Motion. And that is going to be on June 5th from 2 to 5 p.m. And what it is an around the town sampling experience. So it's going to be downtown. Attendees will purchase wristbands, and then they'll be able to go around downtown and sample samples from the restaurants and the eateries. And those restaurants that are not located just downtown or who are coming from out of town, we're going to have pop-up tents where the farmers market usually is at Mill and Main. And people can come there and not only sample, but MEF will have raffles set up that people can win prizes and learn more about MEF and how to donate and how to get involved. So we're looking forward to this. It's been a community event for years. We love the spirit of the taste, and we're hoping that the Taste in Motion is going to bring back some of that spirit of the community. It's going to have the fun and the energy that we've all come to know and love from the taste, and have the chance to try new foods and get reintroduced to the businesses that are downtown. The additional benefits from it being in motion is that it's going to be drawing people downtown to other businesses, not just those that are participating. And of course, we are hoping to raise funds and awareness for MEF. So through this process and putting together the documentation that you have in the packets, we have been talking to a lot of different people, from the police and the fire and to Justin and town administrator. And some of the questions that have come up frequently is, are we going to shut down the streets? And we're not planning on shutting down the streets. It's going to be more like the sip and stroll or the art walk that's happening this weekend, where people are just on the sidewalks. And we're hoping that that's going to go from the Mill and Main parking lot up to the Theater Creamery. So that triangle area that's downtown. There will be volunteers. We're going to line up quite a crew to be throughout all of downtown to help each of the restaurants that are participating, to help the crowds know where they need to go to provide maps and tickets and information, and to help make sure that the trash is staying in the trash cans and not all over the streets. And while we don't know exactly how many people are coming, because these events are sort of up in the air, we do usually sell about 300 tickets to the taste. So we're using that as our estimating point. And we're going to be doing some pre-sales as soon as we hopefully get your support and get this up and running. And so we'll have a better sense of that to give to the restaurants. And it is going to be a rain or shine event. We have seen in the past that the residents of Maynard come out, rain or shine, and support each other and businesses. So we don't think that that should dampen it too much. So with that, I just want to say thank you for your time and your consideration of our applications, and hope that you'd be able to join us for all of our festivities. We've got a lot going on this spring, and I'll open it up to questions.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Are there any questions from the board?
I did have one question just about, there's a note in our notes about, like, from the fire department was concerned about the tents going up. Have you been in touch with Chief Stowers about that?
Yeah, so, oh, go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, so we're using Easy Up tents. We spoke to them and cleared it up, I believe. So we don't need inspection for the Easy Up tents, just like the farmer's market. We're not going to do one big event tent.
Okay, all right, perfect.
Anything else? All right. Is there a motion from the board?
Main and Nathan Streets for the Taste of Maynard event by the Maynard Education Foundation on June 5th, 2022 from 2 o'clock p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. contingent upon compliance with all federal, state, and local public health and safety guidelines.
Second.
Further comments? All in favor? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hope you can come and join us.
Hope so too.
And the second item for the use of town property is for Naylor Court by the Maynard Rise Jazz Fest, scheduled for June 25th, 2022. Is there anybody here to speak to that? Or is we just going to?
I'm on Zoom.
Oh.
Yes. So,
DJ.
Yeah, I'm Donald James. I'm
nominally the chair of the Maynard Rise Jazz Festival. We are planning an event for June 25th. We will be hosting an open air jazz festival, a free open air jazz festival in Naylor Court. We've started to put the word out that this is an event. This is a first time event, and over the past couple of weeks, we're really starting to kind of get things, get our ducks in a row and get things in order. So I wanted to briefly, if I can, share a map of Naylor Court as we're planning to use it, but it looks like I
Hold
can't
on
share
one
my
second.
screen.
Okay, you should be okay.
Okay, great. So earlier this week, I walked through Naylor Court with Justin DeMarco, and we talked about the potential use for it. I know he had some questions based on how I had worded things on our permit application. So what as we walked through, Justin's suggestions were to essentially use the area outlined in green here as our festival area, with the larger blue rectangle representing our stage and the smaller blue rectangle representing sort of a green room area for the artists waiting to go on, whereas the yellow area out here is where Justin suggested placing porta potties for the event attendees. Again, when I applied for the permit, Justin had some questions about potential DPW support. What we had discussed and agreed upon is the DPW can deliver fencing and jersey barriers on the day before, and we have volunteers set up to line out the area for the actual festival itself on January 25th. The event itself is going to be sponsored by a festivals grant that we applied for using the sponsorship of the Cultural Council, who last week voted to sponsor the event as something to represent the sort of relaunching of the cultural district. And we've also recruited a number of sponsors among local businesses to support the festival as well. So far, in terms of other preparations, and I'll stop the share here. In terms of other preparations, what we've done is put together our list of performers. All of them have agreed to perform. We just need to get some contracts out to them. But our headliner will be Adam Birnbaum Trio, along with the BTEALC Big Band. We also have the Maynard High School Jazz Band will be kicking off the festival that day, and the Blueprint Jazz Club will be performing as well. This is our draft poster that has just started to circulate on social media as well. And much like the taste who just spoke, we don't know what our attendance would be, but we anticipate having, I would say, at any given moment, around 100 people there attending. We won't be setting out chairs, but we'll be leaving it open to attendees to bring their own chairs, and we hope to draw a number of people downtown again in support of local businesses.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the initiative and getting this going forward. Is there a rain date?
No, we actually talk about sanctuary, DJ.
Yeah, we don't have a rain date. We're currently still looking for a potential. I need to speak with Will Doyle about potentially using sanctuary, but we're also looking at some potential sites for in the event of rain. Because our performers are contracted for that date, having a rain date to have them travel to Maynard would be difficult, so we'll have to find an alternate site in the event of rain.
Never rains in Maynard anyway. Any questions or comments from the board? If not,
I just want to comment on the fabulous job that DJ has done, taking over the chairmanship of this committee. And I want to commend you, DJ, for doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to having a great time that day.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it as well.
Want to make a motion?
Sure. I move to approve the permit for the use of Naylor Court for the Maynard Rise Jazz Fest on June 25th, 2022, from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. contingent upon compliance to all federal, state, and local public health and safety guidelines.
Second.
Any further comments, questions? All in favor? Good luck.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 13 is the Green Meadow School Building Committee. 2 items. First is the overview of the feasibility phase progress. Greg, is that something you want to take, or is Justine, or?
Well, only as an introduction, perhaps. So, as a sort of background, for those of you who don't know, we've been pursuing, as was alluded to actually by our auditor, we've been pursuing the feasibility for a new elementary school or some variation thereof, whether it be renovations or expansion or extension or brand new building, whatever it may be. So to that end, we have gone through the procurement process to secure 2 firms. One is what's called the owner's project manager, the OPM, which is represented tonight by Phil Palumbo and Chris LeBlanc. And I see, it's Dennis Daly. All right, so we got a huge team here. All right, so I'm not going to say everybody. Frank, I see you too. So we have a lot of people on board tonight representing the OPM. As I said, that's Colliers, as well as we've already procured a design firm, and that's Mount Vernon Group. So a lot of representation this evening. Plus, there's a significant or substantial amount of community membership on a building committee that is overseeing the entire process. I'm the chief procurement officer, so I just sort of kind of hold people's hands to the legalities of it. But right, so that was just a point of introduction. So there was a public forum last week, if I recall, and so Select Board Member St. John was so good as to think that it might be good to inform the select board as to progress of where we are in the feasibility study. So probably take it away, Phil.
Perfect. Thank you, Greg. So Chris is going to share his screen. We have a little slideshow to present the project status to folks. Chris LeBlanc. So if you could have hosting permissions, that'd be great. Perfect. So thank you so much for the time, select board. My name is Phil Palumbo. I am a director with Colliers Project Leaders. As Greg mentioned, we are the town's and the school district's owner's project manager on the Green Meadow School project. We're going to start off by kind of introducing us, the project team. The first step of a Mass School Building Authority project is what they call forming the project team. So the first procurement, like Greg mentioned, is hiring an owner's project manager. So us Colliers, we've been doing OPM services for the past 26 years now. Since the Mass School Building Authority opened up in 2004. We've been a big OPM player with them on their core program projects, which is what the Green Meadow School project is, as well as a lot of their accelerated repair projects. Some recent elementary school successes with the MSBA program are the Ma Bell Elementary School in Foxborough, Mass., the Templeton Elementary School in Templeton, Mass., and we are currently closing out the Maple Elementary School in East Hampton, Mass. With that, I'll hand it over to Frank Tedesco with Mount Vernon Group to get into their experience.
Yes, thank you. Well, it's an honor to be Maynard's architect for the Green Meadow School project. Mount Vernon Group has been around for over 65 years. We've done over 200 school projects, and mostly in Massachusetts, but also in New York and New Jersey. But like every project, Maynard's project is unique. Its students, teachers, staff, administration, educational program, and vision, its community, culture, and customs, these are all unique. So we will work and are working together with you to achieve the right solution for Green Meadow. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Frank. So on this slide, we just want to step through where we are currently with the Mass School Building Authority program and kind of where we're headed. So since the beginning of last year, there was a feasibility study agreement formed between the town of Maynard and the Massachusetts School Building Authority. And for folks who don't know, the Mass School Building Authority is a state agency that provides grant fundings to school districts that apply and get accepted for capital improvement projects with their schools within their district. So through the course of a majority of last year, we were in that forming the project team phase, where the OPM was hired first and then the designer. And coming into this year, we stepped into the feasibility study phase, module 3, and we're approximately halfway through that right now. We have an upcoming submission to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in June. And that's going to be our preferred schematic report, it's called, where we ultimately indicate to the MSBA all the different design schemes we reviewed, like Greg mentioned, ad renos, ground up, and you also have to review a base repair / code upgrade scope. And in that report, essentially indicate to MSBA what the ultimate vote and decision was by the school building committee. From that point, the board of directors for MSBA will meet in August. And from there, we'll get their approval to move in what MSBA calls their module 4 schematic design. And in that phase, you further advance the design of that preferred schematic. And at the end of that phase, you have that detailed cost estimate process to help form what's called the project scope and budget agreement with the Mass School Building Authority. So at that point, we'll be in right around March of next year, or I should say March/April of next year, when we're going to be doing that coordination effort with the Mass School Building Authority. A lot of back and forth regarding project scope, budget, ineligible grant scopes versus eligible grant scopes. But ultimately, at that point, you form a project scope and budget agreement with the Mass School Building Authority that indicates if this project is approved at the local vote process to move forward. This is going to be the project budget that the Mass School Building Authority will agree to. This is going to be the reimbursable amount and the non-reimbursable amount. This is going to be the timeline of the project and the overall project scope. So that will bring us into about late April of next year. And our goal is to have the local vote with the Maynard taxpayers early June of next year. And if the project's lucky enough to get approved, you have like another 10 months or so of design after that, a couple months of bidding. So probably bidding, if we're successful at the vote, be bidding around spring of 2024, and probably eyeing a 2 to 2.5 month construction duration. So construction completion somewhere around summer of 2026. And then the MSBA paperwork closeout process takes approximately a year. So close out with MSBA summer of 2027 or so. With that, I'll hand it over to Chris with MVG.
Thank you, Phil. So I'm Chris LeBlanc, project manager with Mount Vernon Group Architects. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the project why. So the design team performed multiple site visits to the existing school and site to review and document current conditions and identify any deficiencies as part of the feasibility study process. I must say that the existing school building and site are very well maintained, but are really past their useful lifespan and currently doesn't meet the district's current educational program for the district. Some of the deficiencies we've identified include exterior building envelope issues with the roofs, the windows, doors, etc. These things result in a lack of energy efficiency and higher energy costs. We've identified that the classrooms are overcrowded and some of the necessary support spaces are not available for the staff to adequately do some of their things. Mechanical systems are in need of upgrade and/or repairs and don't provide or maintain the interior comfort that's really required for today's learning environment, such as natural daylighting, fresh air, etc. And many of the interior and exterior components of the building are also not ADA compliant, such as the toilet rooms or ramps to level changes or building exits.
Hello, my name is Dennis Daly. I'm design principal and educational planner with Mount Vernon Group. And I'd like to talk about the visioning process. It's a really important part of developing the school. We've had a number of visioning workshops in which we listened and worked with Maynard stakeholders, which included district leadership and educators, as well as other staff members, board members and departments from the town, and community members who attended. But it was important to look at the challenges and the opportunities that are presented within the school in these sessions and shine a light on what we really need to do for the town of Maynard moving forward. We developed a number of solutions, which included code upgrades, additions and renovations, and new construction. The code upgrades were basically looking at what needed to be done to bring the building up to code, not necessarily suit any of the educational needs. It's simply making the building code worthy. Second, after that, we looked at two different alternatives in developing an addition renovation scheme in which we might be able to save portions of the building and build new portions and have a as smooth as possible transition from the existing building into the new building by building new classrooms first that students can move into. We looked at it in two different ways, and you can see here an example of how we also looked at the site and how it might be used. The blue showing the existing parts of the building to remain, and the yellow showing the new construction. It also looked at careful development of the site. One of the many new construction schemes we looked at used, and all of them used the same components by developing neighborhoods which would represent each grade within the school, and those neighborhoods would share a town center, which we'd like to call, where community use as well as administrative areas could be located. And that's in the middle of the building with the wings on either side holding the, on the left, the kindergarten, and on the right, the first grade and the first floor, and the second floor plan, the second and third grades. The site plan for this is also developed in a way that takes best advantage of the site. And it's one of many ways we looked at the site in terms of circulation, parking, and play areas. And we'll spend a lot more time as we develop all of our plans to make this a user-friendly and site, and one that complements and shares participation with Crow Park and the community at large, offering expanded, play areas and recreational areas for the entire community.
I'd just like to add that these plans are at the preliminary stage, and moving forward, the Maynard Building Committee will be selecting a preferred option, which will continue to develop to meet the town of Maynard's needs.
So with that, we just want to thank the Maynard Select Board. Thank you to Justine and Greg for setting this up for us and being able to speak to you all and give you the status on the project. On the slide here, we have the URL link to the project Facebook page and the project website. And as we kind of advance through the process, we're going to be doing postings on those sites so the community can stay in tune with the project as well as continue with community forums so people can hear progress and understand where we're going with the project. With that, we'd love to open it up to any questions you might have.
Anything from the board members?
Can you tell me more about that preferred option and what the process looks like to narrow down from the options we see in front of us to that preferred option?
Sure. So I can give that a shot, and MVG if you guys want to jump in. So we had a submission a couple months ago, and that was called the Pdp submission, and that's kind of the start of molding design schemes out of all that initial effort that the design team and all of us go through with educational visioning and whatnot. And then once you're past that initial submission, which we're in that spot, you start developing all these different design schemes that mimic everything you learned through the educational visioning process. And you through that process, you start to understand a space summary, the different types of spaces the building will need, the size of those spaces, as well as the adjacencies and circulation of the building. And through all that information, and with that, you learn all the different site needs of building, a school community needs. When I say school community, school district and community. And through gathering all that information, that's how you start developing all these different design schemes. The logistics of getting the chosen scheme, it starts with developing all these different schemes that MVG has started, getting out to the community the best we can to get as much feedback as we can relative to community feedback, and then going through all the different school building committee vetting sessions, if you will, with their evaluation of the preferred of the schemes. And then come late June is when we package up what the preferred scheme is and submit it to MSBA.
Late June of this year.
Correct, yeah.
And are there any community input forms between now and that point?
Yeah, so we had our first one last week, and we'll have more from now until that submission. But so last week's form we presented, this was a condensed version of what we did last week. But in last week's form, we presented essentially all 7 of the alternatives. There were some good back and forth Q&A at that form. That form has been recorded and posted. We're going to post the FAQ to the 2 websites, as well as post the design alternatives to each of those websites. And there's going to be a project email address where we can collect all the different feedback. It seemed like from last week's form, there wasn't a boatload of design alternative feedback. It was kind of more big picture, maybe sustainability questions or whatnot versus direct to design aspects of the building and site. So maybe if folks have a chance to just send an email, maybe they'll feel more comfortable doing it that way. So we're setting up that avenue as well, but there'll be more forms as well to get the word out and get the kind of the design schemes out to the community.
Great, thank you. One last question. I know you mentioned June 2023 for a potential vote, but in the run up from now until then, when can we expect to see more firmer estimates about what that total price will be?
Sure. So the challenging part about getting firmer estimates is that will not happen until we're in schematic design module 4 and in the end of that. So that would be spring of next year. With this upcoming submission, we do provide preliminary cost estimates to all the different design schemes that we've studied. But what's challenging is the construction market right now, as I'm sure you all know, is really crazy. An escalation, it gets larger by the day. So these preliminary cost estimates, it's really hard to kind of advertise them to be accurate, if you will. But we will have, in last week, we did provide the preliminary cost estimates that were associated with the initial submission. And as we have these preliminary cost estimates done, we'll provide them to folks. But until we're at that more detailed design of schematic design, they're very much fluid is kind of the issue. And then the second layer to that is the big part of these MSBA projects is understanding, okay, MSBA is going to, grant this amount and the local share is going to be this amount. That understanding doesn't, again, happen until later in schematic design, which would be spring of next year.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we're going to get some preliminary, but it'll be hard to get a firm estimate along the way, but we're really looking pretty short timeline between when we get more finalized estimates and when it goes up for a town meeting vote. So we're talking like a month or so for that?
Yeah, so that process will happen in April of next year, correct? And then the goal being, right now, we're hoping that the town meeting can be in June. If that's an uncomfortable duration, that can be revisited for sure.
I'm just trying to get the expectation.
Yeah.
We're going to be looking at, so, okay, thank you.
Yep.
It was pretty much the same process and timeline when we had the high school issues come up too. We were pretty much under the same situation. I got a quick question. I'm certain that this has been addressed, but looking at the various, designs of where things might go, there's not any disruption of education while there's construction going on. Is the building, some of the stuff looks like the building is, or at least there's new development where the current building is. When would the current building exist and the other buildings being built abutting it?
In any new scheme, the new building will be built ground up, separate from the existing building. So the existing building will remain working at 100% through the entire building process. Once the children occupy the new building, then demolition of the old building will take place.
Yeah, so there wouldn't be any, my concern would just be access to the building and disruption of education while the building construction is going on, if it's immediately abutting the school property, the current school.
If I could add, safety is the number one priority on any school construction project. So the first thing you do is separate, the school traffic from the construction traffic, usually separate entrances, different parts of the site, things of that nature. So it's always safety first, everything.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great evening.
All right, the next item relative to the Green Meadow School Building Committee is the membership list. I think we have an appointment to make to the Green Meadow School Building Committee from somebody representing the Sustainability Committee as a non-voting member. And specifically, we have Ken Newhouser as that proposed individual. So I think most of us know who Ken is. And he is quite qualified and he was on he's been on a lot of committees along the way. So, and very, very helpful on them as well. So any questions or comments, or is there a motion?
I'll move to approve the amended Green Meadow School Building Committee membership list to include a Sustainability Committee designee as a non-voting member.
Any further comments? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. And then the second portion is the actual, just the list. Is this new list, Greg, something that needs just to be stamped with
So
my
you-
name? It looks like something's got to go off to the.
So you just
MS.
did, so the board just approved that list that includes Ken's name.
Yeah.
So that I'll send, I mean, your name will go on the bottom.
Yeah, that's not my concern. Looking at the list, and I see that like Jennifer Gaudette's on it. She's still on the committee as a
Yeah, she's a community member.
knowledgeable
is.
member in educational mission. Okay.
She is, but to that point, Lydia Clancy's still listed, so I do need to get verification whether she is still, she's not a member of the school committee, as it says, so.
It says school committee member. If she could be a school committee appointee.
Potentially, but on the left-hand column where it says designation.
Yeah.
Besides a few exceptions, those are mostly from the MSBA. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of wiggle room when it comes to that.
Okay, so
I'll-
you're going to have to check on that?
Yep. It might come to the school committee needs to choose a new liaison.
Mary Brandley is a school committee rep according to.
Minimum of one. Yeah, she's.
Oh, yeah, she's here too. Yeah.
So, okay. All right. Okay, so that's just an updated list then. That was the only purpose of that list.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We now have on item number 14 is our board committee overview from the EDC, and Roz is here to speak with us this evening. Good evening. Nice to see you again. You might want to sit if you're going to do a presentation. Welcome. This is just another one of our continued series of opportunities to hear what's going on in town with our various committees and departments. And Roz Greenstein is here as the chair of the Economic Development Committee, and I will turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you. So good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to give you perspective from the EDC. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to thank the members for their work, and there's two things that I'd like to share with the select board regarding the EDC members. First, this is a group of people who I believe are motivated by an ethic of service and not self-aggrandizement. Next, please. And second, as individuals and as a group, these people bring significant and relevant expertise to our work. We have small business owners, real estate specialists, investment managers. And in addition, we have meaningful and important and consistent participation from town staff. So we have meaningful expertise in planning, community development, and government operations. And then we have a group of people who I think of as friends of the committee who are regulars in attending our meetings, rolling up their sleeves in between meetings. And so my message to the select board was that I think the town is very lucky to have this level of service and professionalism from their volunteers. Next, please. Second, I'm sorry. I want to address an issue that I think of as a little bit as the elephant in the room. And that is why even have an economic development committee in a free market economy? And even if that's desirable, why at the level of the town, which is geographically smaller than a labor market or a housing market or the consumer market or the business to business market? So if I can, reflecting on as a kid, I grew up in LA and I spent summers body surfing in Santa Monica. And I learned that there's really two strategies to surviving a wave. One is close your eyes, hold your breath, and sink to the sand and let the wave roll over you. And the second strategy is learn how to ride the wave. Now, both of those work if you want to survive the wave, but learning to ride the wave is a lot more fun. So I think of the economy as a wave. It's a force that's bigger than we can control. So we can let it roll over us, or we can learn to ride it. I think the work of the EDC is to understand the wave, consider strategies that give us a chance to position ourselves so we can ride it. And in this metaphor, the wave is technology. It's changes in consumer tastes and preferences. It's the ups and downs of the business cycle and of the product cycle and all of those sorts of things. We can't intervene to affect any of these larger forces. But I think what we can do is understand these changes, consider how they're likely to affect Maynard, its businesses, its residents, and the town finances, and then propose some strategies that give us a chance of riding the wave of economic and technological change. Next, please. So to understand how Maynard is positioned with respect to these larger forces, I think it's important to navigate three pillars: household budget, the town budget, and the regional economy. So what I mean by that is anything we do has to be done within the context of these three pillars. So I'd like just to elaborate for a moment. Next, please. Let's just look at household budgets. The reality in Maynard is that households feel pinched economically. And absolutely, the situation is different for every household. So what I'm about to say is just a broad brush overview, and it doesn't capture nuances of individuals. But I want to focus our attention on two things: property taxes and income. And households experience the burden of property taxes within the context of their own budget, their household budget. So in Maynard, income is very close to the state average. And I direct your attention to the first two bars on this graph, and the orange bar is the measure of per capita income in Maynard, and we're at 105% of the state average. So just slightly above. The gray bar shows Maynard's average property tax for a single family dwelling. So it shows us, that gray bar shows that we in Maynard are 50% above the state average. So in Maynard, the average tax bill for a single family dwelling is slightly over $8,000. For the entire Commonwealth, it's $5,500. So when I look at those first two bars on that graph, what I see is that our incomes are about average for the state, but our property taxes are significantly above the state average. So it doesn't help the feeling for a household of being pinched when we say that average property taxes are much higher in communities that border us. It doesn't make that economic pinch feel a little less pinchy to know that property taxes in Stowe are about 2 times the state average, or almost 3 times the state average in Concord. And in fact, when you look at per capita incomes in nearby communities, households in those communities have incomes that range from about 80% above the state average, whereas ours is about average, to almost 4 times the state average. They have more income to cushion the pinches. So when Maynard residents share experiences with friends and families in other communities, they may feel in fact that they're paying more in taxes than they are relative to their income. So I just want to put that up as one pillar in this conversation. Next, please. This is a way of looking at the town budget. On the, so to begin with the expenditures, on the left is services. These are major budget categories: education, public safety, public works, et cetera. The orange is the share of Maynard's budget that goes to that category, and the gray is the state average. So in each case, we're comparing what's the share of our budget that goes to this category and what's the typical for municipalities across the state.
And where did you get this for data points? I'm just curious.
This is DOR.
Okay, thank you.
So it may not be the most, it was most current when I did it. I don't know if they've added more, but the relationships will be the same, even if like the exact number is not. So when I look at those first categories, those categories on the left-hand side, our expenditures are a share of our budget going to these big categories is approximately the same as the state average, which says to me, my interpretation is that our managers are doing a good job of stewarding public resources. Those are just top line numbers. It doesn't tell us what's going on underneath. So in any particular line within any of those categories, obviously. On the right-hand side, the story is different. Those 2 categories are fixed costs and debt service. So for people who don't know, fixed costs is contractual obligations like health and pensions and things like that, and our debt service. So what's really important to notice is that our share of expenditures in these 2 categories are not approximately the same as the state. Our fixed costs are on the right are 17% of the budget as compared to 12% for the state. Our debt service is about 7 as compared to 5. What that means is that's 25% of our budget is going to these 2 categories.
I'm sorry, just one more question. So have you engaged with the town accountant and the town treasurer regarding this to find out what, why any of this?
So I talked to FinCom and I shared this with Greg and Megan.
Okay, but so you haven't gotten an explanation as to why, there are probably reasons behind some of these things.
There
So I'm
probably
just
are.
curious.
So this is and that I'm happy to go further.
Okay.
Happy to find out more about that.
Okay, but you don't know.
I know what's in each of those categories.
Okay, all right, thanks.
The point is that this budget, this snapshot of the budget tells us our constraints. And it's the constraints that we're working in, right? So it's households feel pinched and we're constrained because 25% of our expenditures are going to these fixed categories, these 2 categories. So that's just I'm just trying to say that we have to, this is what we're navigating. And I think that's what's important. Next, please. So really the question is, how do we proceed? Next. And I think the revenue, next, please, one more. The revenue side gives us a direction of how to proceed. Because on the expenditure side, changes mean that we're going to changes mean a change in services, and that's not probably what people want. So I made that assumption. And I think people are familiar that on the revenue side, approximately 70% of our town revenue comes from property taxes. Next, please. So going deeper within that property tax revenue section of the revenues, I think people are again familiar with that split of 90-10, that most of the revenue comes from residential properties. So one way to raise residential property tax, we're constrained on what we can raise on residential property taxes because of Prop 2.5, and because of what I said in the beginning, because of just the reality of household budgets. So another way to raise money from the residential side of things is to mimic what some of our near neighbors do, which is build multi-million-dollar houses and thereby shift the property tax burden onto owners of more expensive houses. the spread of house prices in Maynard is much narrower than it is around of our near neighbors. The range is probably closer to 350 to 800 or 750, as opposed to what maybe something like 650 to multi-million-dollar houses. So that spread means that we don't have those higher end properties to push the burden onto. It's ironic because I think for many people in town, that relatively narrow spread of house prices is a feature that they like about the town. So I think that's the irony. So I think that means that we have to look at that relatively narrow slice of the revenue pie for putting our supporting the fiscal sustainability of the town. And that's where we need to understand how to better ride the wave, and that's where EDC comes into play. Next, please. Let me just read this if I can. I'm not sure if I'm able to say it. The experience economy is likely to be the economic engine that propels Maynard for the medium term, say something like the next decade. The geography of downtown will be the so-called canvas for much of this economic activity. Restaurants, bars, galleries, movies, music, community theater, culture, exercise, recreation. And therefore the downtown itself needs to be a destination. As a result, we will need a robust communications program to bring residents and visitors to Maynard to engage and enjoy the so-called experience economy. This is from a discussion paper from the EDC on the future of Maynard. This vision here begins with an inventory of our assets and strengths, and it syncs with current economic forces. I know that people have heard a lot about the creative economy or the cultural economy, and that term may not capture and do a very good job of communicating possibilities, which is, I think, why we're thinking of things in terms of the experience economy. The pandemic has made a pre-pandemic trend more clear. That is, the challenge that brick and mortar retail businesses face. Businesses that can't go online are those that provide an experience. The experience can be a haircut or a pedicure. It can be a drink or a meal with friends, a performance, or a judo class. We think that Maynard's exceptional downtown is just the place to enjoy the experience economy. And we think that everything we do to make the downtown a place where Maynard residents and visitors can have an exceptional experience can attract more businesses to our town and increase the value of commercial real estate. And that value will show up in commercial property tax revenue. And it's our second best strategy, because that's the smaller slice of the pie. But the bigger slice of the pie is limited. And that's what I mean by like understanding. It's kind of like a pinball machine. We have to understand where we're hitting and what we have to navigate. And that's the logic of why our focus is on the downtown. Next, please. So let me turn to some specifics. These are the top level goals in the master plan that pertain to economic development. So each of these four had a number below it. So I'm happy to speak to any of these, but as a group, they very much structure EDC's activities. Next, please. In fact, at EDC, we did a very thorough review of all the existing plans and studies and documents. We reviewed the master plan, prior economic development plans, planning documents, studies, reports. We went back about 10 years and we thoroughly reviewed about a dozen documents, and we pulled the recommendations from each of these documents. We discussed them, we reviewed them, and then we came up with our agenda. So these are, next please, these 8 on that slide and the next 10 on this slide are the highest priorities that come out of that thorough review. Next, please. So these top priorities were clustered into approximately 3 groups: downtown, communication, and townwide. Next, please. So what we are doing now is meeting every month on the third Tuesday of the morning. We're third Tuesday of the month in the morning. We're over Zoom, so everyone is welcome. We created working groups to mimic those 3 clusters that I just described of downtown, communications, and townwide. We've been working for about 6 to 8 months within these working groups, and increasingly we're being collaborative. For example, our downtown subcommittee has been doing, it's been working hard with many volunteers, including Linda Thayer and John Kramer. They've been working with the Maynard gardeners on improving downtown plantings. They convened a small meeting with downtown businesses to recruit them in supporting this program, and we expect to see this collaboration continue and expand. Our communications team, again, with many volunteers, including, again, Linda Thayer and Sarah Cressy, have been working on the website Discovered Maynard. We're very grateful to Sarah Lundberg and Dan Noe on the Cultural Council for increasing their work on the site. We hope this will be a tool that businesses can use to communicate to residents and visitors about the downtown experience, like things we heard tonight, like the Art Walk and the Taste of Maynard and the Jazz Fest. Next, please. You'll notice that one of the master plan goals had to do with vacant and underutilized properties, and we're glad to see that the town administrator accepted our recommendation to convene a vacant and underutilized property task force. Vacant and underutilized property intersects with many departments and committees, and so in some ways is because of that intersection with so many different units, isn't also an orphan. So we hope that this task force creates a place to bring the bits of information together that's stored in different departments and somewhat lends itself a little bit to being siloized, if you will. It's a thorny issue that sits at the intersection of private property and the public realm, so it's a bit tricky to approach, but that gives us a chance to see if we can focus our collective efforts across these departments and make some progress. So last, please. We don't have a separate EDC budget. We collaborate closely with OMS and planning and have essentially administered the BEEP grants, which were on hiatus during the pandemic. But my understanding is that there is a budget line. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Have you heard any rumblings about people who might be applying for BEEP grants coming up? Are we reinstituting it?
Not at this time. We're kind of checking in.
Okay, all right.
There's interest in people from the Business Alliance.
Okay.
I mean, didn't we I remember seeing an email or two.
Yes, there is interest. We've been talking to the Business Alliance about some programs that are successful in other communities where funds are used to assist businesses in marketing and efforts that would support small businesses. So we're looking into that.
More like the BID type of thing. Not really, but
Maybe even more like marketing or having a consultant on board to help with merchandising, the general to support like anyone who wants to participate. But it's in early stages.
okay.
Thank you. Anything from you guys? Chris, anything? I was very intrigued by the economic discussion that was involved. And, you talked repeatedly about the pinch. And in reality, as I was listening, the pinch. And in reality, the pinch that people have is enhanced even further because the numbers that you're reflecting here relative to property tax is not the only expense that the residents of Maynard have, because we have the enterprise funds that are completely separate from property tax and don't get captured in that. So we've got the quarterly bills people get for water and sewer that increase that, typically probably at least $1,500 a year, if not more for the average. I don't know, Justin would know what the average enterprise bill is. But so that means that pinch is even more than how you described it. And it's something that we really have to be cognizant of when we're making decisions relative to how it impacts the average person in Maynard and their ability to
Right,
make
because when like the auditor was describing Moody's rating, the Wall Street ratings is not how people experience the property tax.
Yeah. Right. So that topic is one that, we really need to focus on, and it's the overall cost of living and how do we help to ease the pinch?
So and the piece that we get to do, because we don't get to do the whole thing of it.
Right.
Like some of the questions that, like, we don't get to do that. What we get to do is, I think our perspective is that's making the town a place that more businesses want to compete for commercial and industrial property is the best is our contribution to that big story. And that's why the focus on what are the multiple ways and strategies that we can increase, make more commercial and industrial tenants want to move here. That's our story. And I think our piece of the contribution to the town revenue is through the commercial property tax.
With that said, Roz, and by the way, this is really great, report. Something that I think a lot of us will appreciate what the work you put in. So to that point that you just talked about, obviously, we know we have some, open spaces in downtown. And so I would love to see some kind of an effort put in. I don't even know where to start. How do we attract businesses to some of those vacant properties? Like the paper store or the Citizens Bank, and how do we go about reaching out to businesses to add to the so-called experience economy? How do you bring those type of businesses into those places? So
one of the initiatives that we're working on is ways to communicate to real estate brokers.
Perfect.
Because they're the middlemen in the equation.
And I know that you brought O'Brien in one time, and he's representing the paper store, so that's a good way to communicate
But
with
we've
them.
also found one of our friends of the committee reports that that there's a lot of brokers who don't know what's going on in Maynard.
Right.
And so if we can communicate, we just
Get the
last
water,
month
yeah.
had good communication with the businesses in 2 meetings that we held, like one evening and one morning. So now the next step will be to do the same kind of informational meeting with brokers who are telling an old story. So that seems like and we'll learn as we go and make changes, but that's the next step in the process for us.
Do you have a sense from, there's a myth, whether it's a myth or reality, I don't know, that our downtown landlords cause problems for businesses because they seek too much in rent, so that therefore a new business has struggled to be able to pay rent. Do you have a sense that, is that a reality or is that a myth? And how do we sort of get over that to get where we can bring new opportunities into Maynard, where they can come into a market that apparently is tough relative to?
Yeah, I don't have any data about that. So
Okay. Are we seeing rents that are higher than a normal rent for a commercial property in our downtown area?
But to that point, I think engaging the landlords, especially there's 2 major landlords, Megan, right? Mostly in the downtown area. So the 2 major landlords, right? So the 2 major landlords would be somebody that we should reach out to them and engage a conversation with them about. They're not here. They're not local. So they don't even know what's going on locally. So a lot of them are removed from the downtown. So it would be nice to have conversations with those 2 landlords.
We do now have a database of.
Yeah, John put that
the
together.
building
Yeah.
now. And so we have been collecting information that will let us make those actions.
Awesome.
As I do feel that one of the biggest opportunities for somebody is the empty space in the mill. But we don't have as much, right? There aren't public roads going through or parking spots where we can think creatively. So how big does the mill factor into the EDC's thinking, given that we're a bit more limited in our options, because it is kind of a block that is somewhat isolated?
So in terms of how, like, so if you're looking at how do we increase the value of commercial, there's two pieces to the story, right? One piece of the story that I was focusing on was increasing the value of commercial property, because that's what directly impacts our revenues. If the mill is X percent or Y percent full or vacant, that has little impact in the short term on valuations.
But doesn't it provide customers for the downtown area?
It does, but that's a different, doesn't have an immediate, so that's why I said there's two pieces to the story. And one piece that we were focused on was the revenue piece. So I think in that sense, it hasn't played as much of a role because of, we have fewer, I mean, when I described this whole story that I just described to you, one way to understand it is you have very indirect levers to impact those values. We have longer levers that are weaker and less effective to affect the mill, even less, because it's one private owner. There's no public realm that we can have an impact on. So it's a lot. So it's a much different proposition. Not impossible, but it's a different story, and we don't have that many people. And the short-term payoff is,
Thank you.
yeah, it's not very.
Thank you so much, Ross. Very much appreciated.
thank you.
Any other comments?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item number 15 are three topics that Justin will be joining us on, I imagine. The Department of Public Works. First one is the wastewater treatment facility operations contract with Veolia.
Good evening, David. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me. Justin DeMarco, DPW Director of the Town of Maynard. So what we have in front of us is it's contract renewal time for our wastewater treatment plant's operation service contract. So the Town of Maynard owns and operates a fully functional wastewater treatment facility to handle all of our effluent through our sewer collection system. Through that, the DPW is responsible for managing that asset. 5 years ago, the Town of Maynard decided to contract out the operations of that service, and the awarding contract went to Veolia. Our 5-year initial contract is up, and we have 2 one-year extensions. We're looking to execute the first of the 1-year extension and move forward with the continued service of Veolia as our operating contractor.
Any changes of significance to the contract that is?
No, our contract, so the entirety of the contract had 2% increases. So actually, this is a good contract to move forward with in the current market right now, as we have cost control.
Any questions from the board?
Move to approve the 1-year extension of the agreement for operations, maintenance, and management services of the wastewater treatment facility by Veolia Water North America Northeast LLC, effective July 1st, 2022.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Item number 2 is the Winter Recovery Assistance Program, or as the acronym says, WRAP. So tell us about this.
So this is a program that sometimes it's not a consistent program. It's a program that comes and goes and ebb and flows depending on the governor that's sitting in the seat, and depends on state budgets and resources and allocation of funds. This year, with ARPA coming down, not only significantly impacting local funding, it was also a big piggy bank for state funding as well. And as you may or may not know, the state of Massachusetts had a large free cash situation for the entirety of the state. The governor decided to put some money into what is a winter recovery program geared towards road repair. Very similar to a Chapter 90, but it's not the same exact process, as it's not a consistent funding mechanism. But we are very lucky. Obviously, in the Town of Maynard, we struggle with keeping up with the degradation of our public rights of way. This is a nice little boost to allow us to address some of the roadway concerns we had. If you remember, we had some significant winter damage on a number of locations throughout town that caused a lot of headaches for a lot of residents, particularly Summer Street, Parker Street, Great Road. Those areas were significantly impacted due to the winter weather. And this year's winter weather was actually probably the worst kind of winter weather we can have for road degradation. When you have extreme changes in temperature, it's not good. We have frost heaves and then they break and we plow them. It's like shaving when you have a scab, you just keep hitting it. It's really that's the best analogy I could put out there. It's one of those things where you just keep hitting it, and no matter how fast we would repair it, again, we'd go out and plow and we're starting all over from scratch. So this funding can really help us address some areas that were impacted due to winter weather that may or may not be on our recommended pavement management plan. They may not be high on our PCI, but there's sections that were impacted due to weather operations.
For the record, the additional funding under the Winter Recovery Assistance Program was $136,708.44.
Correct. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Which is great for us when we're, pinching, to use Roz's term, at every corner, in every possible way. So we are, with this motion, we would be authorizing the town administrator to approve the agreements between your office and the RAP program.
Yeah. It's managed by Mass Department of Transportation.
Can you toss about 6 feet of street out there next year so we can get away from the 15 decimal point? The whole roads, that's incredible. They carry out 15 decimal points.
Yeah, their calculations are very precise. Yep, it's awesome. Exactly, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it probably is less than 10 feet of street. It gets you to 41 miles, or 40.9 and 15 decimal.
There a motion?
I'll move to authorize the town administrator to approve agreements relative to the administration of state winter recovery assistance program funds.
Second.
Further questions? All in favor? All right.
Great news.
Item number 3 under item number C, or item C under topic 15 is the pavement management plan and recommendations.
All right, thank you, David. So it's that time of year again. As you know, traditionally, we approach a pavement management recommendation to the board once a year because our funds are typically very limited to our Chapter 90 program. Our Chapter 90 allocation averages about $268,000 to $270,000 a year. When I onboarded with the town of Maynard about 3 years ago, I engaged with our engineering consultant, BHB, to really dive a little deeper into our previous Chapter 90 funds and our allotments and some of our projects. You may not be aware, but Chapter 90 is a program managed by Mass DOT, but it's a 10-year bond process, meaning that we can carry over money. So communities have the ability to kind of use it as a piggy bank if they have projects that they want to store their allotment for a couple of years and then do a larger $1 million project. Other communities like Maynard, we traditionally use it on a yearly basis to do our roadway repavement. But within that 10-year window, your allotment or your unused balances will not carry over. So once you get to your 10 years, it starts all over again. So we were actually towards the middle, and we're actually starting to get towards the end of our 10-year bond cycle. So we've been engaged with Mass DOT for 3 years because we did not believe that we were our balances that were being presented by Mass DOT correct. We did our own internal audits versus Mass DOT's internal audits, and we've been working on that for a while. So fortunately, in this year, we received approval from our Mass DOT rep that our funding balance is much more significant than our internal audits were telling us. And it was in the ballpark of about $963,000. So that is a significant amount of money compared to what our average spending situation has been traditionally for our roadway repavement projects. I want to look to utilize that money while we have that on record, because I still do not believe it. So there is a process that Mass DOT will go through. There is a pre-approval process. So once we submit a plan, if the select board adopt it, we do go through a pre-approval process. And once it's approved through that, we have locked in that cost. So that's why you'll see, excuse me, that's why you'll see that there is some kind of disclaimers to the motion, but we'll get through that process as we go forward. But I was really excited to see, you know, we wrote formal letters, we wrote a lot of emails. The second Wayne was able to capture that, that was it. So I just needed it in writing so that we feel comfortable presenting it to the board and the board feels comfortable moving forward with that process, knowing that the variable has somewhat been accounted for by the authority to be. With that is our potential one-shot opportunity to do some real improvements across the town of Maynard, specifically for roadway repaving, replacement processes. So with the, you know, in the same timeline, the 3 years that we've been kind of chasing our Chapter 90 balance, we've been exploring what is a large generational problem in the town of Maynard for roadways that are unaccepted, meaning non-town accepted public rights of way. So we have public rights of way that are town owned and operated. We have unaccepted roads, which are not town public rights of way, but they have pass and repass easements. And then there's private rights of way that those private property owners know that they hold the deed title to. Unfortunately, in the town of Maynard, we have 48 unaccepted roads. It is a significant number of unaccepted roads for a town of our size. That's due to generations of non-follow through from developers and subdivisions. As you know, town of Maynard is really condensed. We're a little city. We're really dense. There's a lot of subdivisions, but we're kind of on top of each other here. So, you know, we can't necessarily change what happened in the past, but we can address the future. This is something that nobody's ever wanted to address because it is literally 30 years of issues. What the DPW is looking to do here is take that large amount of Chapter 90 money and really address some of what we look at as the common physical issues of road degradation. Not necessarily is it this versus that, but we look at it in a realistic manner. Is this road degrading to a point that we can't get public safety across? Are we significantly impacting travel for our residents? Not only our residents, but sadly, we also hold a responsibility to make sure our roads are accessible for others to travel as well. That is a responsibility. That's why the Chapter 90 program was created. So what we're looking to put forth here is our recommendation does seem very complex, but we're trying to solve a couple of problems in one shot. With 48 unaccepted roads, that would be a significant hurdle for our legal team to do an eminent domain taking on. So the DPW has looked at this for a little over a year of how would we approach this and phase in an unaccepted road acceptance, a blanket acceptance across the town, and kind of solve a traditional 30-year cultural issue. We looked at our pavement management system and implementation into our asset management system and using that analytical data and removing the hurdle of accepted, unaccepted, and just letting them naturally fall in their PCI rating. And as they're called out, we would ask that each road that's called out in that specific year be looked at as an eminent domain taking. And over the course of the next 10 to 15 years, we would most likely resolve all of those unaccepted roads in an incremental way, thus reducing the overload of a survey for meets and bounds, which would be an extreme expense. The legal aspect and the work that would take place by our legal counsel to do an eminent domain for 48 roads, a significant undertaking. But if we do a phased in approach and we do it in a manageable way where we still use our pavement asset management system in the way that we would if they were accepted roads, then they come out fair. There's transparency. You know, the PCI rating rules, not necessarily favoritism of picking and choosing roads. It is the degradation in the asset is done by an engineering standard, not just by a political policy standard. Does that make sense? So what we did is in that process, we asked Beta, who is our consultant who manages our pavement management asset, to run two scenarios. Our traditional scenario, which only accounts for our accepted roads. That is scenario one. And that's scenario one, typically when we present is our Chapter 90 allocation, our wish list 1 and our wish list 2. And the wish list 1 and wish list 2 kind of represent that degradation curve, which is we're not investing enough. And if we don't, this is where our PCI rating goes versus if we invest X, that we're staying ahead of that degradation curve. So then with that being said, trying to implement this phased in unaccepted road plan, I engaged Beta to implement all of our unaccepted roads and put that data into our asset management system to see where they would all fall in their traditional PCI rating. And what ended up happening was scenario 2. So scenario 2 calls out 3 unaccepted roads. Those unaccepted roads happen to be Allen Drive, Fletcher Street, and Heights Terrace. They happen to be part of one particular subdivision. It's not unrealistic that all 3 would be called out because the subdivision was built at the same time. And that's most likely what we're going to see as if we were to implement that process, is we're probably most likely going to see them come and go in waves. So if we were to move forward with implementation of accepting unaccepted roads and using them in our pavement management system, there may come next year where there's no unaccepted roads. And then the year after that, it may be a subdivision with 4 that just happen to be built at that time.
So would this plan actually work through where we would accept for this year, for example, the 3 that are on there as unaccepted roads? We would accept those 3 now, then they become part of the road, the rotation.
Right.
And then the next time somebody on some other street up, okay, that one gets rolled in. I got it. Okay.
Right. So we would, moving forward, we would put all unaccepted roads into our pavement management system. And as that PCI rating comes to fruition, depending on how it calls out, just like our regular scenarios, they would all be laid out in our Chapter 90 allocation wish list 1, wish list 2. And depending on that fiscal year and our allocation of funds, maybe we come across local funds
Versus
of
the
$1 million.
historical approach, which has been just ignored because
Correct.
it's unaccepted.
Yep.
And I think at one point way back, the hope was, well, if they're unaccepted, eventually someone's going to come and fix them to the level that we want them to get to, and nobody ever did.
Correct. Yeah.
So here we are.
I would say, I would even bring up just, I don't want to go on too much of a tangent here, but we do have unaccepted roads that have actually been let go and are no longer roads, and they're actually off of Powder Mill Road. And some of those situations, we kind of ran into a situation several years ago where we had property owners disputing over that property, and it wasn't actually a town road, and it is no longer a road, it is woods. And that's most likely what would happen here. So I think addressing it holistically, like I said, these are, whether they're town accepted roads or not, they are publicly accessible roads. And I think we should at least try to do our due diligence, and that's what this approach would be. As you read further, a motion to accept eminent domain comes with a lot of hurdles as well. We have to do land takings, we have to do a road layout, we have to do survey, and that will have to go through town meeting. Town meeting is the eventual authority to adopt those, but it does start here. And what we'd be looking for is, as this motion, if this motion was approved, we would actually be looking to pave in 2 phases. So because the process for taking would bring us all the way to special town meeting to adopt, we'd be looking to move forward with the 4 streets, Aspect, Gray Road, Old Marlborough Road, Old Sudbury Road, in a spring paving, which is the right time to pave. And then as we transpire through the eminent domain process, we'd go out to bid again in the fall paving for Allen, Fletcher, and Heights. And we can do that within our Chapter 90 because Chapter 90 carries over fiscally. So it's not really like a fiscal constraint. If we adopted this plan, our balance is still our balance. So we could use if this plan was adopted, it would still be about 787,000, but that's estimates. And we're going to build in much bigger contingencies. That's why I didn't go to the balance, just because the market right now is ridiculous. So what I'm looking for from the board today is to accept the motion that I put in front of them, knowing that there is some contingencies that they don't necessarily control as well. So Mass DOT's pre-approval of our plan is one of those contingencies where the board could approve this. And if Mass DOT doesn't approve our pre-project based off of their balance sheet all of a sudden being wrong, then we would come back and request that we move towards a different scenario. Also, the eminent domain process. So the eminent domain process going through town meeting. So even if the board moves to allow the town, meaning town staff, to move forward with the eminent domain process, and it gets to the town meeting floor and town meeting denies it, It's not necessarily the select board. We will go and we would look to utilize that money in a different way.
Okay.
We're expecting fall town meeting for,
Fall town meeting, yeah, we can't get it on this town meeting.
and then we would expect, if I'm hearing you correctly, to see a few more of those roads every year for the next 10 to 15 years.
Most likely, yes.
And that'll be based on the PCI of those roads.
Correct.
And do we have that available now? So for the other, what we said, 48 or something, we're looking at.
So if you look at the scenario sheets, Jeff, I don't know if you got it in front of you in board docs. So if you look at, and you go through, just take scenario 2. Scenario 2 accounts for unaccepted roads. And you'll see wish list 1, wish list 2. What wish list 2 typically has is there's about 2 to 3 unaccepted roads on wish list 2 of scenario 2. But so that's potentially 2 years away.
And if I wanted to know the roads that are 8 years away, right, the whole list of unaccepted roads and what order they're in, not necessarily what year they would come up in, how would I know that?
So the PCI, so we don't predict PCI ratings that far in advance because degradation does change year to year. So use rates change, developments cause different use rates, like Parker Street. Once 129 was put in, all of a sudden Parker Street's used at an excessive rate. So all of a sudden that PCI rating may change. So it is really year to year. It would be hard to predict 8 years down the line, but I could foresee resolving a number of the most of the 48 unaccepted roads are very small, less than a quarter mile. Some of the larger unaccepted roads are actually Allen and Fletcher. Fletcher is actually our largest lengthwise unaccepted road. A lot of them are like Acton Court, small roads, Silver Hill Road, things of that nature that are, either dirt roads, small roads. So their PCI rating will also be judged by their use. So part of the reason Allen, Fletcher, and Heights Terrace came up is because of the geographic location of that. Stowe cuts through there. There's it's a highly traveled subdivision roadway.
And will accepting some of these roads increase the amount of state funding we get?
So actually, all of the unaccepted roads are already accounted for under chapter 90. So we're actually not using local funds per se. We're actually using chapter 90. So chapter 90 has accepted every single road in the town of Maynard.
Includes the 40.
The 41.
Yeah.
that Chris mentioned.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Luckily, they account for that because we would have got less. So that chapter 90 has accounted for every single one of our roads.
Nice.
Yep.
Anything else? Your motion?
I have a question
Greg?
about the motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you hit refresh, by the way,
Change it again?
well, because I didn't know how the board would take this. So I didn't want to presume.
You're gonna split her up in two?
No, as Justin alluded in his memo, it's complicated and there's kind of 2 actions if you want to go with the first action, meaning, as we've discussed, the 2-phase approach, the work over the spring and summer for Great Road, Old Marlboro, and Old Sudbury. And then secondly, I think the board should give authorization for the town to pursue the eminent domain, taking acceptance of roadways, et cetera, for Allen Drive, Fletcher, and Heights Terrace, because we won't do that work unless you authorize to do that work, because there's costs.
This hasn't changed since we've been sitting here.
No,
It has
no,
changed
it
even
changed.
in
It's
there
like-
because
you have to refresh it.
I have access and,
Right.
sorry.
Because I
But
was
it's in the
looking at
memo.
original-
I just,
The memo it was in the memo. That's
in the
why,
memo.
that's why I was asking that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do one motion and then the second motion?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
will move to approve the Department of Public Works FY 22 to 23 pavement management plan as presented as scenario 2A and B in the amount of $787,000, including the following roadways: Assabet Street, Great Road, Sudbury Town Line to Parker, Old Marlboro Road, Parker Street to Tobin Drive, Old Sudbury Road, Allen Drive, Fletcher Street, and Heights Terrace.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor? All right.
And I will move to proceed with initiating eminent domain taking and acceptance of roadways as public ways by conducting a road layout process pursuant to general laws, chapter 82 and 21 per formal process outlined in the attached letter from Blattman, Bobrowski, and Mead, LLC, dated August 12th, 2012, including utilizing local funds to conduct survey of boundaries by Van Ass, Hangen, Bruslin, VHB, under the town contract services number 1216 for the following roads: Allen Drive, Fletcher Street, and Heights Terrace.
Second.
Any comments or questions? All in favor?
Justin,
All right.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We still on?
Yeah,
You may
you
want
just
to
stick
stay
around.
there for the next
Yep.
one, just in case there's any questions about the intersection route work. But we have gotten a state earmark from Senator Eldridge that was helpful in helping us to basically redesign the intersection of Concord and Acton Street, which I think the historic records show is one of the most dangerous intersections in the community and results in the most accidents. So thank you to Senator Eldridge for his efforts on behalf of our community to get this earmark to allow us to move forward with a redesign of the intersection and hopefully bring some additional safety to the area. So having said that, is there anything else you want to add, Greg, or?
No, I mean, you get the, I mean, that's the most of it, but then just to kind of clarify, this is ARPA money, but it's state earmark. So it's not that $3.4 million that the auditor, this is different money for that, but anyways. But it's exciting news and it's just one more project to add to Public Works amongst all the others. And 500,000 is generous. But well, go ahead, Justin. Tell me what you think.
Does that include the traffic? I'm talking about the lights put on there too, the traffic lights.
Yeah, so the cost estimates that we provided when we request earmarks. So, traditionally Greg gets kind of emails and asks if there's projects for earmarks in advance. And we've always focused on this. This is one of the highest priority projects the town of Maine has been seeking for several years, if not generations. This is, as Dave alluded to, this is one of the highest areas of potential accidents and impacts and significant damage to both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. So our initial request was 500,000, which would include traffic signaling, pedestrian improvements, ADA handicap accessibility improvements, advanced technology to allow for site visibility improvements, et cetera. Obviously, today's market may change that, but our initial goal is to make sure that entirety of the project moves forward. I will tell you that the grant team, as you guys are aware, OMS, DPW work hand in hand, and we try to focus on grants, and we really focus together as a group and move forward. And we're happy to say that we're applying for a grant. Actually, OMS, Julia and Bill are applying for a grant to help subsidize maybe some of the funding gap we may run into. So now, we've bid out some projects and seen some significant cost increases go up. So we're going to start to build in redundancy and some cost allocation buffers into our financial planning. And this is one of those methods. And if not, we'll kind of look at this holistically and see if there's phasing out projects and rescoping that we may have to do. But luckily, the design is not done at this point. So we're technically in the conceptual design aspect. So as we move forward through the design, it will actually carry us through the winter, and we may see some stability in the market. And once we see some stability, if it happens, we'll have a better cost estimate. Right now, stability is not even a word in our industry. It is going 10%, 12%, 15, 30. I've seen a 60% bid price over our estimate. That's the first I've ever seen in 20 years. So it's just the way things kind of fall, but our goal is to make sure we move on that. And if we have some issues and we're talking about a rescope that doesn't necessarily meet our goal, maybe the department comes back to the select board, maybe we go to the Capcom committee and we look for local funds to help subsidize that. Just know this project isn't going to happen tomorrow. We have to fully design it, and it is a complex engineering project.
Will that include the section formed by the bike path? Part of that.
So it's kind of a two-phase intersection, yeah.
Only 10 feet away, 12 feet away is to get back.
There's a stop sign.
Exactly,
yeah. So our conceptual plan is the immediate intersection of Concord Hayes, and then the bike path, and then that intersection of Acton and Concord again, and kind of looking at that as a two-phase intersection. And that's what I mean by advanced signage, so that we don't necessarily have people traveling over the bike lane and parking on the bike lane. If you're not aware, coming up Acton Street, it's really, there's almost no site visibility. So people fly up by Cumbies and they take that corner really hard and
Yeah.
fast, and there is a crossing there that's
Even
very
though the stop
dangerous.
sign there, they're still.
Correct, no matter what. So we're talking about advanced technology that people would see prior to the light that would indicate a light and then start to naturally slow that progression. And that interplay between the rail trail, there's even a little connection path right there coming from Acton. So that we're looking at that as almost like a triangle.
So you're saying that intersection, those three, Concord and Brown,
Mhm.
Acton at the end in the bike path, and you're suggesting down into that rest of that island that ends at Cummings?
Yes.
So that
Yep.
whole thing is part of the project.
Kind of like a triangle. Yeah,
Okay.
that's our initial goal. If we have to rescope it, then we'll kind of go back to what the priorities are. But yeah, that's our initial.
That's the thing. $500,000 is a lot, but that's a big project.
Well,
right?
especially,
It's a lot of money,
yeah.
but that's not a lot of money when you start digging holes.
That's what I'm
in-
trying-
Yeah,
that's
that's
what-
right,
exactly.
that's right.
And not only that, but
They're gonna change the traffic pattern there.
yeah.
That's right.
And unfortunately, the longer we wait, the more the cost is gonna go up too, probably.
Yes and no. So
Okay.
now we're playing a game of
Yeah.
maybe wait and see.
Oh,
So this is sadly, the costs are ridiculous. They're overinflated because it's a supply and demand market and inflation is ridiculously through the roof. A majority of the cost of this project is actually the equipment. So traffic signal equipment is very expensive. And that's the tough part of this. So, but there's ways to go around it. We will not, our primary goal is to get traffic lights and pedestrian crossing technology there. And if we have to phase out some sidewalk work and address that in the future, that's what we have to do.
Well, let's move it forward with the
I was
most.
gonna say, yeah, definitely.
I'll move to approve the agreement number 117622 with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, MassDOT, relative to intersection improvements at Acton Concord Street and Haynes Brown Street as listed in earmark per the American Rescue Plan ARPA Acts of 2021, Chapter 102, for not less than $500,000.
Second.
Any further comments? All in favor? Passes unanimously. Thank
Yes.
you. The
Right.
next
You're
item,
still
stay
for the
there
next one,
because
too.
you're
There's
still-
one more.
There
Yeah.
again.
We got a lot of projects. in-
I-
Got a lot of
projects.
I'd just like to thank you all for your
Thank
cooperation
you.
and your approval.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank
Come
you.
anytime,
Have a
not
good
just when there's a road up here.
No, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
good
Have a great night.
This next item is, we gave props the last item to Senator Eldridge. This one is props to Senator State Rep Hogan, who helped us get some funds from the ARPA program for wastewater infrastructure improvements. So give us a Reader's Digest version on what we're going to be doing, and then we'll vote to approve obtaining the funds.
So I know it's kind of vague and it says wastewater projects, but it's actually 3-phase projects. So Kate was able to get money and secure money for 3 capital improvement projects that we identified as part of our capital improvement plan. One of them is for stormwater management, specifically Main Street, right outside Town Hall, over down towards Maynard Window and Glass. Once the rail trail was built, there was a giant change in the way that the stormwater management system worked.
Gotta
and
make
is
Steve very
utilized.
happy.
Yeah, I'm well aware. But that was a priority 1 project in regards to our MS4. So that's stormwater management. So that was one of the projects, which is a significant improvement project that we've been looking for funding for. And it's just too much for our operating budget to handle, but it's just sometimes not large enough to compete against some of the bigger projects. So we are very grateful for that. Number 2 is security fencing for our wastewater treatment facility. Wastewater treatment facilities, they're highly vulnerable sites and assets because they actually they house a large amount of chemicals and sometimes become targets in situations that could impact towns in many different ways. Actually, wastewater treatment plants have been targeted in other countries for terrorism. So it is something that we always look at, is making sure that our asset is secure. So there's security fence, automated gate fencing systems that also allow us to make sure that kids don't randomly walk into those assets as well. So that was a good project that we've been looking for funding for as well. And the third funding is to support a feasibility study of the town of Maynard's DPW highway garage. And part of this falls under ARPA is because we have significant MS4 issues with the location of our garage adjacent to the river. Our operations conduct a large amount of salt storage. We conduct a large construction outfit and maintenance in a recycle center there. And we have some buildings that are circa 1800 that are no longer in use. So there's some demolition, asbestos issues, things of that nature. A feasibility study will help guide the DPW, Capcom, the select board, the town administrator, and the town as a whole, and what the future looks like for a DPW facility. So we are grateful for all three of those.
Thank you.
So
Any questions?
why is the motion say for not less than 410?
That's how it's written.
Yeah, and the earmark was 410, but it was broken up into 3 phases.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll move to approve the agreement with the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, Mass DEP, relative to wastewater infrastructure improvements as listed in an earmark per the American Rescue Plan, ARPA Acts of 2021, Chapter 102, Section 2A, for not less than $410,000.
Any further comments? All in favor? We're
Thank you,
good.
Justin.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, the next item is the.
Oh, don't go away. You're here next too.
No.
Is the fire alarm system that the alarm system contract change that we need to address for the fire station.
Right. So we're building a fire station, FYI. And through the course of that construction, we're collecting bids and contracting out for the various aspects of it, one of which happens to be, of course, a fire alarm system. And it's well above my threshold for approval as a contract, $150,716. It is within the budget and it didn't come higher than what had been projected. American Alarm is the awarded contractor. So I'm seeking approval from the board for that contract.
Simple.
Okay, we'll take a motion.
Move to approve alarm system installation contract for the new fire station project with American Alarms in the amount of $150,000, $150,716.
Second.
Any comments? All in favor? We're good.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next item is 18. We're going to be talking about the annual town meeting. I did see that the moderator was on, and he is. Good evening, Mr. Moderator.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good. So the first item, we have 3 items under the annual town meeting prep. The first item is a board statement that was, I think it evolved from a budget subcommittee meeting, was it? That, or was there another?
No, this one wasn't. The second one
Oh,
was. I
okay.
think this was just our.
Oh,
decision.
these are our comments. I'm sorry. This is yours. This is, yeah. Once again. Ours, but you authored the initial effort at it. We appreciate that. This is our commentary relative to the citizens petitions that are being proposed, Articles 10 and 11 specifically. And it's sort of, it demonstrates the board's oppositions and the rationale behind the board's opposition to those articles. How do we wish, is this going to be read into the record for town meeting, or are we going to issue it as a document? You want it read? Do you think that's?
That, when I wrote it, I thought
We would
you would
read it.
read it on behalf of the board,
Yeah,
but
okay.
that's.
That's
that-
fine
that's
by
up for-
me. Any thoughts? I mean, I had made one comment to Jeff back 2 weeks ago, I guess it was.
Something like that.
And it's been addressed, so I think we're in good stead. Any thoughts from anybody else?
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the work, Jeff.
Do we need a motion on this or no?
You should do a motion. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the statement from the select board in response to citizens petitions on the warrant. This is citizens petitions, Article 10 and 11 on the warrant for annual town meeting 2022 as presented.
While the moderator is here, Mr. Moderator, you won't have a problem, I assume, if the board, when you present the petitioner, that the board has an opportunity to comment on the article as through our prepared remarks.
Absolutely, and that's why I would prefer that you take an official position, because the spokesperson should be speaking as an official position of the town rather than being down on the floor as an individual.
And that's what we have done. So we will, that is the way we will approach it, just so you are aware, town meeting, that we will be having a brief commentary.
You know, you'll ask for recognition as per normal, but I will give you that opportunity to make a comment.
The board statement, not mine or any individual member.
Well, when you get to 18C, hopefully you're going to designate who's going to make the presentation for the different articles. And so, you know, then I will call upon that person. And so whoever wants to be recognized.
Okay. All right, so did we take a vote on it?
We did not.
No, we did not.
No, we just got a second. We didn't vote on it.
So all in favor? Okay. Free cash article, supplemental commentary.
That one was mine.
That was yours.
Yes, and that was born out of, I had attended a couple finance committee meetings. I'd heard some feedback that there was feeling that it wasn't explained well enough in the warrant that was going to print. What our purpose was behind putting forward the free cash articles that we did, and what the thoughts were behind it. So I had asked Greg if we could put something together, that maybe we could, it could be passed out at town meeting as kind of a supplement, just to kind of give a little bit more information to the town voters. That's what he's come up with.
So in effect, this is just a supplemental document
For
passed
Article 8.
for Article, what's the number?
8.
8.
Yeah.
And outlines, it's more or less sponsors' comments.
Essentially, yeah, it's just an extended sponsors comments. So, you know, unfortunately, the way the timeline works with a warrant publication, sometimes feedback isn't able to get into the warrant as quickly as we'd like.
Okay, so we,
And again, I would like to have you take a vote on that so that it's official.
they're going to do.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve the supplemental information to the warrant for annual town meeting, May 16th, 2022, relative to the proposed Article 8 certified free cash appropriation for fiscal year 2022 as presented.
Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Unanimous consent. Now, presentation of articles.
So I have a couple of questions that might affect that. Has the Board of Health taken any position on COVID about the town meeting being indoors?
I don't think so. No, I don't believe so, Dick.
So I assume if they haven't yet, they probably won't, but that's always a possibility that they could disrupt things by saying that the COVID requires to be outdoors or whatever. They have that power. But assuming that they don't, I would ask you folks whether the main hall should be masks only and the gym could be masks optional. Do you think that would be an enhancement to the way the meeting is run and the way people might attend? Looking for your thoughts.
Your suggestion is that the main hall be like
Masks only.
the auditorium itself?
Yep.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but I think we would have to make sure we supply masks because people are going to show up that would not necessarily have them. And don't want people coming and leaving because they don't have a mask. And,
Are we expecting a second? Were we expecting to use the gym as well?
The gym will be set up if there's an overflow crowd.
I would
That's our normal setup that we do. But I thought maybe where the COVID thing is rising here in New England, and where New York has already required all indoor masks, I didn't know what another week and a half is gonna bring here, and whether we should be somewhat prepared for it.
Is in many ways, and is that your call, Mr. Moderator, as the moderator of the meeting, to determine what the requirements would be for the indoor meeting?
Yes, I can make that. I have the authority to make that call. I guess I'm looking for advice from you folks, because even whatever I make the decision, I think it's important that as the town leaders, the administrative portion versus, as well as the legislative portion, be in sync on what we do.
Yeah, fair enough. And I, my own personal opinion is that I don't have a problem with it. What I don't want to have is any type of, first off, I don't want to have people turned away or not coming in because of that. But I don't have a problem in the mandating of the masks. I mean, but I don't want to raise issues. You know, I don't want to have arguing going on in the hallway, or having people leaving because you know, they didn't bring a mask or don't want to wear a mask.
Well, I think.
Well, they can go to the gym.
By making a statement ahead of time, so this way it doesn't happen that day. you
Well, that's
just got-
exactly what
yeah.
we're
Oh, yeah, right,
voting on
Right.
to do. It's just, you know.
You also have to consider people who might not want to be there if there
Absolutely
isn't a
true.
mask in
Correct,
place.
yeah. Yep.
And so you're
Absolutely
turning away
true.
that group of people as well.
Yep.
So
So, yeah, I
I
don't
would
have a
ask,
problem. I don't have a problem in mandating the masks to be worn in the auditorium.
and that the gym would then be available for those who.
And in, yeah, anywhere that
Want to.
someone gets gathered for town meeting.
So on your point, then, I would ask Greg, would providing masks and maybe some sanitizer at the entrances be a problem or not?
No, yeah, I don't think it would be a problem. I mean, we'll have to double check our supplies, but we were expecting to have it be encouraged or optional as it is. Here I am, Megan. So some of us who we've got kids who aren't even vaccinated, right? So we're always trying to be a little sensitive to other people's comfort levels and sensitivities and whatnot. So we were expecting to have it optional, encouraged. And that was before this current sort of rise in cases. I, you know, per my usual advice to the board is I seek advice from others, in this case, the Board of Health, and see what they would say. And the other sort of consideration, although I do think it is appropriate, as Dick is he does set the conditions of the town meeting. You're the executive branch, so you can advise in the conduct of it as well. We don't have a mandate, so there might be a little confusion as to a specific requirement on one venue, in this case, town meeting, but not others. But it's not to say that's not warranted. I'm just saying we'll have to make sure that there's masks there, and then it's clear when you go in here, you have to wear your mask, and then otherwise you can go to the gym if you don't want to wear a mask.
Is that what you're proposing, Dick?
Yes.
You go to the
Yeah.
gym if you don't want to wear a mask?
That in the auditorium, they wear a mask, and then in the gym, they can do whatever they want.
Right.
But the gym would then be open regardless of the number of people that are coming in.
Right.
That is correct.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Because it's set up anyway, because we always
Yeah,
set it up.
that makes sense to me.
That's a good option.
I'm only pointing out, like,
Yeah.
those are some of the things that we're going to.
What's that?
Either you have a mask or you don't have a mask. You don't get the option to go in the other room and take your mask off. That doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to protect people and do something health-wise, you don't say go in the other room and take your mask off if you want. That doesn't make sense.
Your microphone isn't on or something. We can barely hear you.
I'm saying.
No, I think.
If you're going to put masks on under the guise of protecting people, you don't give them the option to take them off in the other room. That's not how this works. Either you have a mask on when you're in the building or you don't, regardless of what room you're in. It doesn't make sense to give people the option to take it off in the other room.
So one of the
I don't think, that's just my opinion, but you are gonna do what you want to do, but that's just, it doesn't make sense. And it doesn't seem to be the way we've done it in the schools. It doesn't seem the way we've done it in other public venues. If you're in the venue and the masks are mandated, they're mandated in the entire venue. I don't understand why we would give people the option to not protect themselves or not protect the people near them simply because some people don't want to wear a mask. It's been 2 years now. Everybody should be pretty used to masks when they're mandated in Asheville. I don't see why we would do it otherwise.
While I absolutely agree with you philosophically, the emergency declaration did not apply to town meetings. So there's already been legal things on that. So the other thing is there is a state requirement that you cannot refuse anybody attending town meeting. So that means that we would have to have them outdoors or something. So there's no way that I can impose that on them. The Board of Health could do that, but I can't. All I can do is segment them into separate areas, but I cannot refuse admission to somebody for that reason.
Can I just add to his point? Our approach at past town meetings have been to ask whether someone needs a mask. So although that was not the requirement necessarily in the last 2 years, we've been doing it outdoors. But I think in the first instance, we had masks available was people who were registering to vote, because I think there was a requirement that they had to have masks in that case. And then if they didn't have a mask on, the question from the election workers was simply, do you need a mask? And if they said no, we didn't ask further beyond that, because we couldn't get into HIPAA sort of, or like get into why they didn't want a mask. So there was an assumption it was either religious or medical conditions.
So philosophically, I'm with you, Chris, but from a legal perspective, my hands are kind of tied.
Will there
Well, we
be,
can't have that. But I wonder if we have to ask the Board of Health to weigh in. It would seem as though that's a logical step.
That's certainly what I would. I'm doing it anyways. I'm going to
Yeah,
ask the health
okay.
agent to.
Yeah, we got time, so.
Yeah.
will you have rules?
We have time before the town meeting, but the time to
Not a
get the
lot.
word out.
But regardless of this board's action, Dick can tell me anything he wants to advertise according to the conditions of the town meeting, and we'll advertise it right away. He's asking for your input now for partnership.
Will you have rules for speakers if they're in front of the microphone? And I'm both on the stage and for the floor mics. The stage mic, you might be able to separate by 6 feet easier than the floor mic. So what are you considering for those situations for masking while speaking?
I'm going to ask, as we did in the open things, that people not touch the microphones, so there won't be a transmission by touching it. But I would let them take the mask down while they speak, just for clarity, but then put it back on after they walk away. And then I would ask them to be 6 feet apart as they approach the microphone.
Can we have some sort of and I don't know how WAVM works it, but a boom microphone as opposed to a stand microphone where there is actually a member of WAVM holding the boom from.
Well, I would ask people to walk up like they do normally.
I agree with that, and just have the boom microphone at the front.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I can ask Mark Menasian.
It's almost, if you put the boom mic, you're actually putting someone else closer.
No, well, they're on a chair. You have a.
But a microphone itself, you just have a stand.
I'll have it set up so that they won't put their hands on the pole. The pole will be far enough away that they'll just have the microphone looking at them. So I understand what your goal is. All right, so based on what it appears to be a consensus is that my position then will be that the main hall will be masks only. And then if somebody does not want to wear the mask, they can go into the gym, which will also be set up and have the ability to speak, and they'll have a view of all of the presentations as well, like we normally do. And then Greg, you will check with the Board of Health in case they want to make it even more severe?
Yeah, right. Well, through the health agent who will recommend to the chair that they provide some input. I don't think they're scheduled to have a meeting, so they'll have to call one, but they'll figure it out.
All right, thank you very much. So I think that's all that I have. You will now going to do the presentations of who's going to speak on what, and presumably Becky will give me all that so that I can have those motions ahead of time and know who the subject matter expert is and who's going to present, who's going to read the article, and then who's going to present the selectmen's position on those articles that the selectmen are sponsoring.
Yeah, quite frankly, my understanding from the way that I saw that the meeting was being presented, I thought you were going to be presenting the meeting in a very similar way that it had been done outdoors, which with the bulking articles together. So my assumption from that, perhaps erroneously, was that you wanted the presentations to be done the same way, namely the chair being the only one speaking, which quite frankly frustrated me because I like, and you and I have had this discussion, I like having the various members being able to present to the members of town meeting. But we haven't had any type of discussion prior to this evening about having somebody prepared to talk about certain, and that might take some time this evening if we were to do it. Otherwise, we can do it the way we did it outdoors and proceed next year when hopefully we're back to a real normal where we have the entire town meeting done as it used to be indoors with one article at a time being presented.
So I was expecting that we would move the different articles separately, and whoever's going to make the presentations would do it the way that we've traditionally done it indoors. I was
Oh,
not
I didn't realize
expecting.
that was your plan.
Yes, that one of the reasons why I'm on here tonight is that I wanted to be sure that we were in sync.
Yeah.
And apparently we're not. So I
Joining us.
wanted to move away from that and get back to the more traditional way
Yeah,
of
me
doing
too.
it. The only other thing that from that list that I showed you was that I got a lot of feedback about people liking my grouping the votes together so that there was less time taken up and less idle time while they were being counted. So I was going to ask permission of the meeting to do that same kind of grouping of the voting so that we spend less time, idle time while those counts are going on. We can do 3 articles at once with one ballot. So, but in terms of the presentation, I was going to do that in a traditional way. The only other thing that I was doing was I was kind of grouping subject matters because I was going to allow, for example, the budget and the salary administration plan to be discussed together. If so, people wanted to make some kind of changes or something, it was all kind of a holistic, to use Justin's word, holistic approach to a specific subject. And then people could say, well, if we do X, then that might affect the budget. If we do Y, then it'll reduce the budget or whatever. And so, but we would vote on them as a group, or if any 5 voters said that they would like to break it out and vote separately, I would vote each of those items separately. So I was going to leave a lot of discretion to the voters in the meeting, but I was going to try to group those things based on the feedback from the outdoor meetings. And again, I'm interested in your feelings.
Yeah. All right. Board members, how do we want to proceed? If we're going to divide these up, we also have to understand how they're going to be grouped.
We have that, we don't have that. document, right?
So I had sent that to Becky, but
That part of the.
Not part of the packet. Not part of the packet. It was distributed out.
Sorry about that. Let me see.
How many different parts are there?
can I share my screen?
Sure.
Yeah.
I got so many things open here. Let's see here.
While he's doing that, just for a little board context, in board docs, and this happened today, so if you didn't see it ahead of time, I apologize. It's There's two documents. There's the motions list, which I included like a little summary for presentation. That's what you've given, I think, in the past, David. You read the motion and then you give like just a little like 2 sentences about whatever it is.
Well, you present the article as to what it will do and,
Yeah.
more so than just not reading the sponsors' comments from.
That's right. So that's in there, as well as,
We can do it that way.
But Dick, when will you know what, do you have any idea that you could send to us that would tell us what you potentially imagine grouping things together as?
Can you use the microphone?
I think that's what he's trying to find.
Yeah, like, do you have an idea of what you're intending to group together?
Yes.
So
Articles, I can tell you. Articles 7 and 8, I will allow to be discussed together.
Okay.
Articles 6, 7, and 8 will be voted as one.
Well, hold on. I want to, wait, one sec, Dick. I want to get to the warrant so that.
Yeah, can you start over, Dick? I'm sorry.
There are some in the back if we need them, rather than using them for online here.
But Dick, can you give your grouping again, please?
Sure. So Articles 1 and 2 will be voted separately because they're just open majority, so they're easy to do. Articles 6, 7, and 8 will be voted together. And Articles 7 and 8 will allow to be discussed together. Articles 10 and 11 can be discussed together and voted together.
And that's the citizens petitions. There's no need for a presentation from us on 10 and 11.
We just approved the statement.
That's up to you. You're certainly welcome
Right.
to.
We do have the statement that we just approved that we're going to read probably after their presentation.
So, yes, and so my standard way of doing it is I ask for a motion, so the citizen petition representative will do that in that case. And then I'll ask for a finance committee recommendation. And then I'll allow a presentation by the mover of the article, the sponsor of the article.
Right.
And then I'll ask the finance committee to justify their recommendation. And then I'll open it up to anybody else. And then the selectmen, I presume, will just ask to be
Mr. Moderator,
recognized.
may we be recognized? Yeah. Okay.
So then Articles 13 and 14, I will allow to be discussed together and voted together. Articles 15, 16, and 17 and 18 can be discussed together and voted together. 19 and 20 can be discussed together and voted together. And Articles 23 and 24 can be discussed together and voted together.
All right. So let me make sure I got these consistent with what you just said, Dick.
Okay.
7 and 8, you're grouping. 10 and 11.
So 6, 7, and 8 are voting together. 7 and 8 can be discussed together. Actually, that doesn't make any sense.
I was going to say.
So 6, 7, and 8 will all be discussed together and voted together.
Okay, and then 10 and 11, which is the citizens petition, which doesn't affect us other than the commentary from yelling out from the thing, Mr. Moderator, maybe be recognized. 13 and 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, 19 and 20, 23 and 24. And then Justine just asked, what about
Like 21, 22, 25, 26. and
21's from Community Preservation Committee? Presumably, they have a representative to do the presentation, and and same thing for 22, the Bylaw Committee, presumably that's Bill Coleman.
So then 25, 26, 27.
They're all hand votes, so they'll be voted separately.
All being voted
They're all
separately, but
secret.
Yeah.
very quick.
27's open. And 1 and 2 are grouped.
Oh, that's
And
right.
1 and 2, you're going to do separately, you said, but
1 and 2, I'm going to do together, yes.
Together.
That's a consent calendar.
right, right. Okay, and then 3 is going to be another citizens petition.
Voted separately, open majority, hand vote,
4 is a citizens petition voted separately.
hand vote. Yep.
5 is presumably it's us. The 5 is us, but we can use the police chief. Okay, I think I've got them all. General fund is outside the scope. It's completely separate.
Yeah, I mean, because it's such a big amount of money, I think it should be separate.
Yeah.
I mean, I can make the 6, 7, 8, and 9, but I was kind of hesitant to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want, I think the vote should be separate, Dick, my own,
Okay.
my own personal
All right.
on the budget. All right. Got 1 and 2. Then, gotta go back to this. 3 is a citizen's petition. 4 is a citizen's petition.
6, 7, 8.
5,
5.
well, 5 is the select board. And 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
And
13, 14, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
19, 20.
Number 17,
Yes,
I might have to do that separate and just because there's been a change because I had that as secret majority, but a town council tells me that's 2/3. So I might have to break that out separately.
okay. They can be combined from perspective of who does presentations. And then 19 and 20. And 21 is Community Preservation Committee. Do we know, Greg, if the Community Preservation Committee is going to do their own articles, or are they going to ask us to do them?
And I actually have a question on that because Control CC has been eliminated. And I don't know whether that information has gotten put into another article. So if it is, I need to know if it's going to be moved different than is printed in the warrant.
Sorry, it's in the warrant, Dick. I thought that was.
There used to be 28 articles.
Right.
And then Article 21, which was Control CC, got eliminated. They took that out, and I think they put it into one, I combined it with some other article. And so now there's only 27 articles. So what was 22 is now 21. What is
Right. So what's your concern? I'm sorry.
everything got, so the information that was in Control CC, did that get put into, I think it got put into some other article that's probably going to be moved differently than printed in the warrant.
I don't, you might be right, but my understanding is that we had gotten that information from the C prior to the select board accepting those articles into the final warrant. So my understanding is that the final warrant does not have that sort of inconsistency of whatever Control C, which I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. I think it might have been the closeout of a prior or the closeout of prior appropriation.
And I don't know the answer. That was a question. So if that's the case, I'm happy.
No, I don't.
Town clerk, they took away.
No, so the CPC had done a couple of things at the last second. They had amended one of the articles to take that off.
Yeah.
They had decided not to move forward with this particular control that he's referring to. And there was one other action, I don't recall what it was. But
Greg, this is Alana. I can answer that. They withdrew the article concerning the undesignated funds. It is not being presented in another article. It is just something that does not need to be done.
Right. Okay, great. That simplifies things. Thank you.
All right. So we now tonight need to decide amongst ourselves what articles we want to prepare ourselves to present.
Right.
I volunteer, Jeff, for the whole thing.
So there's three things I would like you to do for each of the articles you're going to do, which is who's going to be the presenter, who's going to move the article, who's going to be the presenter of the position or the comments on the article, and then who's the subject matter expert. They can all be the same person, but I just need that designation.
I would anticipate that whoever moves the article is going to be the quote unquote subject matter expert.
And presenter, okay.
Well, not necessarily, Mr. Chair. I just,
Unless it's,
Unless it's something that, right, unless it's something that requires us to speak to.
Yeah.
something, Or legal counsel or chief police or fire. Or
yeah,
some department head.
yeah.
you're talking about if we need to go, even if we need to go to a department head, who that person might be?
Yes, because somebody's going to make a presentation, but then somebody in the audience might ask a question that you're not prepared for. Who is the most likely person who would be most knowledgeable on that
Right.
subject?
Simple enough. We'll get that.
I think that could change depending upon what the question is.
Good.
We can pivot.
Yeah,
We're good.
we are.
I mean, I generally, a couple of most articles ahead, I'll kind of eyeball this crowd, see, make sure that Justin knows that he's on deck or the chief. So usually it's kind of expected.
Yeah. Although there could be a question that theoretically that comes up
Oh, yeah.
under water and sewer that actually you can answer.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Or Lori or whoever.
We'll work it through, Dick.
Okay, great, thank you.
It'll work. All right. The beginning of the meeting, by the way, we do have some special awards that are going to be given out.
Great.
So,
I will put that in like I usually do.
yeah, so that, and I anticipate that I'll be presenting those, just so you are aware. So it will be how we start the formal process of the meeting, I would assume.
Right. So we're going to have a pre-meeting on the 10th. I don't know if Greg has had a chance to talk to you about that, but we're going to go over all the mechanisms of the meeting at that.
Yeah, I'll do my best to attend. I know it's during the day. I would prefer it to be in the evening, but I will do my best to attend if I can, but I can't guarantee it. And we'll have an alternate if I can't be there.
Okay, and we were going to try to do a hybrid, I think, so that if somebody has to do it from work, they can.
Okay. All right. So now the board will decide what we want to do for presentations. I'll be up front. I'll be already up on after giving up the awards. So it only makes sense for me to do at least the early articles. Since I'll be 1, 2, and 5.
I'll be happy to do the last few.
And I will
And I could do
read
21 and 20
the,
23, 24, and the last three I can do.
I will also be the person to read the comment from the board relative to the citizens petition. Um,
7, 8.
6, 7, 8, Justine.
Actually, we don't have, and we don't have 9 there. We need 9 too.
General fund, the budget,
Right.
which probably should be me. But I don't care. Then we move on to the well, 10, 11, and 12 is another citizen's petition. That's where I will read the comments, because that's the one that, oh no, that,
No, 10 or 11.
10 and 11.
10 and 11.
At 12.
Well, 12 is another citizen's petition.
Right.
12 is another citizen's petition.
Just to kind of clear it up.
No, Dave is going to read the.
I'm going to read the
10 and 11.
comments that we approved this evening.
That's all right. Thank
On
you.
the citizens- on the
10
citizens
and 11,
petition.
Very good.
Jeff, do you want to do the enterprise?
Sewer water, sure.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, at the enterprise, down 13 through 16. Now we have Chris, but Chris doesn't have any and Armin doesn't have any.
Well, actually,
No,
Chris
I
has some
can,
at
I
the
said, I'll
end,
do
so
all
I
the,
can
I'll
share
do, I'll do from 23 down.
Oh,
I'll do the
I'm
last
sorry, I'm not
five,
even looking at
23 through
the second
27
page yet.
out.
So
I
Armin can do
I could do.
17, 18, 19, and 20.
Right.
17, 18, 19, and 20 for Armin.
Well, 19's
19, I
CPC.
was gonna
Just
say.
17 and 18.
19 to 20.
Yeah, okay. 19,
19 and 20.
But
Sorry,
there's-
19 and 20 are community preservation.
Yeah.
Apologies. So
And as is 21.
Armin's doing 17 and 18.
Just 17, 18, I believe.
And he's in 22.
And
Armin,
22.
17.
I expect-
Bylaw committee.
Bylaw.
That might be Coleman. That might
Oh,
be Bill
yeah,
Coleman.
I'll
does
just
that.
point to him.
Yeah, he's right. He usually sits up front.
Bylaw, that's bylaw committee.
Yeah,
Yeah, the last five I'll do.
So I'm doing 17, 18.
that's what I have you as.
23 through 27 is Chris.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
I think I got it.
I think we got it too. We'll probably have to confirm.
I got 13 through 16. I got water sewer.
13 through 16, water sewer for Jeff.
Yeah.
Armin, 17
Just point to Justin.
Yeah, that's. I'm not
through
guessing, that's just-
20.
I also already wrote the script, so
Nice.
it's in there. That's what I was just saying. So it's in there. So.
All right. Thank you, Dick.
Thanks, Dick.
It's in the.
Okay, thank you. And Greg,
Very
if you'd be so kind as to send those over, have Becky send those over and I'll fill out the motion forms.
Yep.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You make a motion? No, there's no.
All right. Looking at the
Agenda? Chair report.
Is it chair report?
Yeah.
Other than the fact that you may, I said this last year too, I think, you may see some well-dressed young people around town on Friday as Maynard High School is having their annual prom. So we wish the fun and excitement of the prom. It's always an exciting time of year for the kids, especially the seniors, as they prepare for their last few weeks of school. And so be on the lookout. I think there's a gathering over at the Elks or something beforehand, where there will be some photos. So if you're interested, well, try to keep the crowds down.
Dogs are waiting.
That'll go great
So
with
I
us.
have, other than that, oh, Little League, the opening parade and the event was great. There was a lot of people from the community there. It was a lot of fun.
David threw a
All
strike.
crew strikes.
Yeah.
Of course. The catchers were phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just
And
looked good.
it was a lot of fun. Other than that, nothing else. Armand.
I was gonna say a lot of things, but I'm only gonna say one. I don't know if I don't know if anybody noticed that Maynard was mentioned as one of the top 17 small towns to visit in this travel discovery platform. It's a website. And it's very impressive. We're among Stockbridge, Rockport, Gloucester, Plymouth, Sturbridge, Falmouth, Provincetown, Concord, Lennox. It's pretty cool, right? So we're running in the middle of this. So I think it's a nice thing. And then everybody knows that Art Walk is this Saturday. So good thing to remember.
Right. Jeff?
No updates from me.
Can I go last?
Yes.
No,
Come on, Chris.
no, I'm just want to say I'm glad to see that the 3 floral people worked out their problems.
yeah.
We didn't have to get in the middle of that between the, all those things. I'm happy to see that that worked out well. And just want to say, yeah, thanks for all those people who voted for me and didn't vote for the guy that wasn't on the other side of the ballot. And look forward to another 3 years of select person bliss.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Chris.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Justine.
Your turn.
Yes, if you'll indulge me, this will take 3.5 minutes. On the Mass Municipal Association website, they had town manager Kate Fitzpatrick had put together a poem. There was a collaboration of more than 50 municipal parties around the country, I think actually extended around the world, of what their hopes were for the future and for towns. And she put it all together into a poem that I actually love. So I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it very quickly, but the name of the poem is "We long for a city where we go hard on the issues and easy on the people. We long for civility. We long for a city where people focus more on what we have accomplished with pride and amazement and focus less on what remains to be done with frustration and criticism. Where people come together to meet real challenges with resolve and good humor and a willingness to work collaboratively. Where finding reasonable compromise is considered a win. Where we can disagree without being disagreeable and people are civil, respectful, and supportive, even in the face of disagreement. Where broad generalities and stereotypes are not raised over differences of opinions. Where there's an appetite for increased listening to others and where opinions are allowed to evolve and change. Where we worry more about the common good than a single agenda. We long for a city where residents take time to go past the headlines, learn about the issues, and ask questions. Where civility and common courtesy prevail and dialogue builds us up without breaking us down. Where we can leave the past behind us and grasp the opportunities that await us. Where we no longer assume the worst in others, that secret agendas disappear, and that honesty and civility are not considered slanderous and outdated. We long for that city. We long for welcoming. We long for a city where everyone feels respected and safe, where we are as happy to greet our neighbors as we are to cheer for the home team, where cancel culture is discredited, where working towards a vision of an equitable future and shaping economic development are not construed as a conflict of interest, where we make space in our thinking to accept different points of view, not just the fashionable ones, and where we live is in line with our values, where neighbors from all parts of our city can prosper, where our city is a place welcome to all to enter and compassion rules the day, where the only class that matters is the lifelong learning one. This is the city that we long to see. We long for a sense of place. We long for a city where people stop looking at all the bad and start looking at what an amazing city we live in, where our cities keep building beautiful spaces and nature and sustainability are at the forefront of our lives, where people smile when they wave to you and the roads are in such good shape that you can look beyond them while driving, where the city brings out the best in us and our dreams can become reality, where animals roam free and we take time to slow down and enjoy the view. We long for that city. We long for local government to be valued, where public service is appreciated and respect for public employees is the norm, where local government creates as much customer satisfaction as the most successful private business, where residents who have questions about their community reach out for answers before turning to social media, where city management is an honorable profession and elected officials are respected for their commitment, where the way we always did is not the standard. We long for that city. We long for collaboration. We long for a city where problems are seen as opportunities, where success and failure are shared and credit and blame are of less consequence, where people are inspired by empathy, coming together to meet challenges with resolve and good humor and a willingness to work collaboratively, where residents are resilient, positive, and display a wicked sense of humor, where people take their responsibilities seriously without taking themselves too seriously, where people focus on what unites us and use our commonalities to achieve a shared goal, where we achieve our goals because everyone recognizes we are on the same team, whether or not we all agree on the same game plan, and where our leaders foster and encourage this environment rising above discord, where residents understand the impact of local government in their daily lives and are willing to collaborate to make the community exceptional, where people take satisfaction and pride in all that we have accomplished together as a community, extending the benefit of the doubt that what remains to be done will get done by the good people, both elected and professionals with whom we entrust the task. We long to build that city where we go hard on the issues and easy on the people.
Nice.
Thank you, Justine.
Thank you.
Well read.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn? All in
Second.
favor? Justine has the second.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Thank
Night,
you for your
everybody. Thank you
indulgence.
for hanging in
Yes,
there.
thank you for indulging me in that, because I love that.